What's up, guys? Welcome to another episode here of TCH Live on a Monday. I'm Bart Hansen. Pleasure joining you guys here for 4 hours of live cash game action here tonight. We've got a 5-5 match the stack game, and you can see some of the stacks here are quite large. In essence, this is like almost like an uncapped game. It looks like we even have plaques out on the table already. Those are 1K plaques. It looks like over in seat 7 or seat 8, the guy in the orange mask with the blue on. And we've got some of the usual characters here in the game. I will be in the live chat as well. And yeah, I mean, we're all set to go. I'm stoked. I'm excited for this. Haven't done some commentary here for a few weeks, but we've seen some pretty big time action. Had a couple of PLO streams lately over the weekends. And yeah, I'm always super stoked to go straight through here on a Monday night. Of course, the green chips are quarters. The black chips are hundreds. The reds are nickels. They're $5. Those tan chips, those are tip chips, unique to this area in Texas. They don't play in the pot, but you can tip the dealers with them, or you can tip the dealers in cash as well. So, looks like I said, we've got a couple of, more than a couple of regulars here. We've got Doc, I can see Vittorio over there. Doc right here, looks like he is under the gun in seat 5. Oh, there's Ken over there. Ken, Mr. Cannot win with Ace King. Trip aces. Losing the last 2 times that he's been on here with Ace King. So, looks like we got a raise here by Doc to 20. Seat number 6, that's Dro. Dro here, going to 3-bet to 65. King 10 is suited, and Sasha is all in here for the cold 4-bet with Ace King offsuit from the big blind. And we can't see what Doc has, but he's going to have a pretty strong hand here to call. I mean, I might fold Ace King offsuit if I'm him in this spot. I might call with Queens plus here. I mean, it's an open from under the gun, a 3-bet, and then a cold 4-bet all in.
When did you sign up? Did you do it last Monday?
You can see that
2 days ago?
Mike is in the chat here as well. Commentator extraordinaire, Mike Youngblood. He says that's Vittorio's brother, Alessandro. Interesting. Well, we're never going to know as this one gets through. It's an easy fold there for the King 10 suited. And we're off and running on a Monday, July 20th. Do us a favor, like the channel, subscribe. We do these shows, the cash games, every Monday and Thursday. We've been doing some tournaments on Sundays. We've been doing some PLO action over the weekends. The best way to keep up with everything is to subscribe to the channel, turn notifications on. You'll get a little ping. And we put out best of videos every, maybe 1 to 2 times a week. But it's going to move over here to seat 2. I don't know if I've ever seen the plaques like at the table from the start. That is Damon. It looks like over there in I want to say seat 8. And it's an open limp here. Got a raise by Ken. Looks like with Ace Jack of Diamonds and Big Daddy Chaz. Seems like he's been on every single stream here the last few Mondays. Gonna 3-bet it up here with the 10-7 of diamonds, and we're gonna see a limp call. I'm not sure if Damon might have been actually the one that opened it for a raise straight and then a call, but both players are coming in for a call here. You just don't usually see a limp call to cold to a 3-bet, but 3 ways, 295 here. And Chaz has flopped the best of it here with a 10, 10, 6, 4, and it doesn't really look like anyone can really continue on here. Well, maybe I will stop predicting the action here as we get a call from Ace 8 of Spades for 150 on 10, 6, 4. in a multi-way pot, and he knew it was coming. The turn's an ace.
Check. Check.
Quickly, he's going to go check, check.
Deuce. There's a deuce.
River is a deuce now. And Damon's going to go for a little bit of value here, 325. Chaz is going to fold pretty quickly here. Can't beat hearts. And Damon's going to win it. Take it down. So like I said, I'm in the live chat here as well. So Vittorio and Alessandro, brothers at the table. Someone asked me, how is the new house? It's going well. I closed on a house, I would say, maybe 3 weeks ago. Except for the fact that the town, city that I live in this week has a boiling order for our water, which is kind of annoying, for the whole week. Leander, Texas, about 10 miles north of here, north of TCH. Chaz here going to bring it in for 20. Looks like he started with about 8,700 here for the night. Going to get the blinds to call here. Queen 6 and 7-5. 7-5 here with a gut shot. Chaz has got the best hand here with second pair to the board.
Bet 35. Fold. Call. Heads up.
And Alessandro here makes the call with the gut shot. Turns a deuce. Third heart. Alessandro has the 7 of hearts, which is actually the higher heart draw. He's going to come out and lead now on the turn. Chaz here with 5s with the 5 of hearts, so he's open-ended with the 5 of hearts. It's a $45 bet and a call, not surprisingly. And the river here is a 4. And Alessandro is left here with 7 high. Pot's 220. And it looks like he's going to bet maybe 175, 150 here. So Alessandro called second to act on the flop, so he wasn't next to act, so he could be a little bit wide. But of course, Chaz has 2 of the 5s in his hand, blocks 5-6. He is getting about 2.5 to 1 here. Is he good here 1 out of 3.5 times? He's trying to think through the math. And he's going to make the call. He's going to make the call here with 5s, and he's off to a good start right away here in the first few hands of the night. Those blue chips are also tip chips. I think those are $2 chip chips, I want to say. So you get the $1 ones out and the $2 ones. Take a look here. So Damon looks like he bought in for maybe 15, 16K. Pretty large range of stacks here. A few people under 1,000. Some people over 8,000. Welcome to Texas 1-3. Not surprising at all. Looks like we're going to see a straddle to 25 here from under the gun as well. Doc here with King Jack of clubs on the button.
Raise. 75. Fold, fold.
I'm going to raise it up here to 75. Remember, we've got a $25 straddle here.
What do you mean? The seat, A, seat, 5? Yeah, yeah. You got it? You mean to hold the action if we play?
And it looks like we've got Damon defending a straddle here, so we're heads up. Do a little card reset job here. Looks like the board was, I want to say ace-5 deuce. It was ace little little.
Fold, fold. 25 straddle call. Sorry, what's that? C5. Raised to 75. And then I went fold in the blinds and the straddle. I disagree. Okay, we're all good. Sorry.
Yep, ace-5 deuce with a couple spades. And look at this Damon here with top 2. And he's going to lead right out. So, going to lead right out here for 100 with top 2. And we had Doc. I remember I was cutting up a best of TCH video a couple videos ago, and he took a long time with a decision with ace-9. It's about 3 or 4 minutes. So here he just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Usually that someone would just lead right out into the button raiser, but he got value. Or it was value, excuse me. Led out with value. Again, this is a match the stack game, so you can buy in for basically anything that you want. Button moves over here to seat 5.
Raise 25. Fold. Call. Fold. Fold. Call. Fold. Call. Four players.
So it looks like John here is going to raise it up here to 25 from with King Queen offsuit. Going to get a couple of calls here, and we've got a set from the big blind here for Damon. Pocket deuces. John with a gut shot here to a 10, and this one's going to get checked through. Turn is a jack. We don't see what Alessandro has over there in seat 6, and another check here
Bet 40.
from Damon with deuce-deuce. Wow, we had 3 pocket pairs in here. Pocket 5s here for Alessandro. Vittorio's just going to take a little shot at it here with 4s. Obviously, this is not going to get through. Damon is going to check raise here to 175, and this hand should pretty much be done. Oh, wait a minute. Vittorio's going to call. Wow, this would be what I mean, if a 4 peels off here, there is no justice with the poker gods. He does not believe him here. The river here is an ace. Wow, what a terrible card here for Damon. He gets counterfeit. Vittorio also gets counterfeit, and now Damon is going to check here, and Vittorio could actually win this hand. This is really unbelievable. Besides a 4 coming on the river, he's going to be able to bluff at it here. I mean, this is really, really crazy. Damon looking at his cards. He has a full house, but he doesn't beat an ace. He doesn't beat a jack. And he's going to muck it. And Vittorio, of course, he's going to show it here. Is he going to show? Wow. Does not show. Wow, that's an unbelievable run out there. You know, it's interesting. Usually you don't have problems with people in Hold'em reading the board at Showdown. It happens quite a bit in Omaha, but that's actually one of the complicated ones where there's two aces and two jacks on the board and a deuce. If someone were to say have pocket kings or pocket queens, of course their hand would play as, you know, aces and kings or aces and queens, but Damon would beat them with a full house with deuce deuce. But every other pair, of course, is counterfeit. Usually when it seems like it's human nature. Usually when you get to a hand like that and you win a hand like that, it's usually shown down. I'm really surprised Vittorio didn't show that one down. You can see here that Ken has a flush draw and turns a pair. Gonna bet at it. And he's gonna take it down. Again, I am in the live chat here as well. I see some familiar faces here in the live chat. You can ask questions, comments, suggestions. We're here. Shout out to Walker Gibson, who helped me with the audio in my call-in show. Of course, I do a live stream call-in show actually every Monday afternoon. You guys probably seen it, Crush Live Call-ins, and got this great setup in my new house, my office, but there's just one little problem. There's a massive echo. So I have to treat the walls, I have to treat the ceiling, I gotta figure out these mics.
I agree with that.
Doc here, 4-3 of hearts. On the short stack here, gonna bring it in for a $20 raise. Alexandro going to 3-bet here with ace-jack offsuit to his immediate left to 55. Cold call here from Rich of the 3-bet with the same hand. And Doc is going to come in here as well. So there's a pretty good chance that everybody's going to miss here. And everybody does miss, but Alexandro here with the ace of diamonds, probably going to be able to bet and take it down. Again, if you're new to the show, the reds are $5 chips, the blacks are hundreds, green ones are 25s, and those plaques over there that Damon has, those are 1Ks, 1,000 plaques, which is pretty rare. We don't usually see those every day come out here on the live stream. Raise it up here by Vittorio. His brother's going to call him. Jack 8 of hearts from under the gun. Alexandro here with the 7-5 of clubs. And Damon here going to 3-bet. King, Queen of hearts from the cutoff. Pretty solid pre-flop play with a dead call in between. I would definitely 3-bet there. He's going to get called here in both spots here. Jack 8 of hearts and 7-5 of clubs. The king queen here has top pair. Jack 8 with the gut shot to a 10.
Check. Check.
5-5 and then running, man. Not last week, no. It did on Tuesday, and then
150 it looks like here from Damon.
I've been playing 1-2-5 at rounders. Just it is. It's a good game.
Wow, Vittoria's gonna peel in the middle here with the backdoor heart draw that's no good. So king queen here against Jack 8. Vittoria looking to pick up a 10 for the straight
That's right.
or a backdoor heart for the draw. Turns a 3. Well, it doesn't look like he's going to get into too much trouble here. Probably should just go bet fold.
The SA hasn't been running. It'll run tomorrow. We're gonna tank Tuesdays. Tank Tuesdays. Tank.
Looks like 275 here.
Tank Tuesdays. Tuesday every Tuesday. Yeah.
Into about 685, and this one's going to get through.
Actually, the day after the stream, I went
Round 2 goes to Damon.
15 days. Last week? Yeah. Scott, yeah. It was a ridiculous pot, bro. He had a flush draw, like long story short, and ended up runnering like a backdoor straight that I couldn't see that I had to set.
Button's going to move over here to seat number 10.
And it was a three-way pot, so yeah.
That makes it a little better.
Yeah. I mean, I lost 6K on it. There's a guy quote unquote short stack for 3K.
Yeah, no shit. But you know what? With Scott, you know it's coming back to the table.
No, he took it off. Was the funny part. He tried to go to the. It was a must move. There was 2 games running. So yeah, it was weird. It was
And those pink chips are $500 chips as well. I saw somebody asking in the live
This guy
chat.
goes to the cage.
Pinks are 500s, greens are 25s, reds are 5s, blacks are 100s.
To cash
Raised
out
up here
on
by
just
Ken
cash
L
like
with the 8-6 of
500
hearts.
bucks.
Victoria
Cash out
here
50K at the cage.
in the big blind with ace king off. We know the 3-bet's going to come here as John had called in between on the button.
The must move. What happened? And so he was like, screw it, I'm leaving, and he left.
And he had his king. I figured you and I were going to raise.
And here it comes.
I was this close to calling, but because it was such a huge bet, I couldn't believe
And this is most likely, I would say, going to get through here from both players, and it does. Just look down and I see that John Burns says, "Where's the rake?" Well, there actually is no rake here in Texas. This is a membership club, so you pay a daily fee, a monthly fee, or a yearly fee, and they take time. But they don't take the money. It's not like a regular time collection like you would pay in like Vegas, where they take it, you know, every half hour in chips. You actually pay at the end of your session at the register. So none of the money actually ever comes off of the table, and that's sort of the concept too with the way things work down here with the tip chips. You're not allowed to take any money off the table.
Well, let's talk, so it's like the first 10 minutes, the first 10 minutes you're...
Some people, Ryan, are saying that my mic is a little bit low. Can we gain it? Okay, great. Yeah.
I would not say that at all. I'm losing right now.
Damon here with the 8-4 diamonds. Vittorio just going to call here in the small blind with the Jack 10 of diamonds. Going to bring Sasha in here as well from the big blind. And here we go 3 ways. So 2 people here with top pair. Vittorio and Sasha both with the Jack. It's going to get checked through. Turn here is an ace. Neither player probably likes that card. Let's see if Damon's going to represent it. He is. He's got a gut shot now to a deuce to a wheel draw. Gonna bet 105. This probably actually saves Vittorio some money. Well, I was gonna say it wouldn't surprise me if he folds with a player left to act behind him, but he's gonna call, and now it's probably gonna save Sasha some. Well, Sasha's gonna fold the best hand, so now Vittorio is pretty much gonna win this hand, unless we see a deuce here at the end. And there's the deuce! Oh, wow. There's a wheel here, and it's gonna look very strange when the pre-flop raiser takes this line and bets this river. Because usually you're not going to have a 4 here. And a lot of players aren't betting anything here at the end except for a 4. And he's going to overbet the pot. 400. 400 here. Eight, 4. So again, you know, you look at this spot, and especially with the sizing, it's definitely almost representing a 4 or nothing, and he's going to get called. Round 3 goes to Damon. And I don't think that Victoria even realized that that he was beat.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, man. I didn't see
I was going to say, so with that sizing, very polarized. I mean, a lot of players aren't even betting aces up in a spot like that. So the fact that Vittorio only really had a jack wasn't actually relevant. Especially if Damon's not going to just bet a single ace there at the end and maybe not even aces up for that sizing.
Don't do it anyway.
Andrew Voden Poker Vlog says he loves that bet. Yeah, nothing like making it look a little polarized, especially against a guy that doesn't believe you. But already, I can see the narrative for a TCH highlight stream here. Vittorio versus Damon.
Check. Check. Heads up.
Uh-oh, we're playing for big money now.
And this one looks like it's going to get limped here into the blind. So blind versus blind.
All in my neighborhood right there. $15 worth. It was all in my neighborhood. Look at that.
And this is something that's kind of fun. I don't even think that they know. Do people chop here? Do they even know what chopping is here? Yeah. I was going to say, when you're playing in a time game, obviously coming from LA, you never get to play blind versus blind because you would always chop. Yeah, you would always chop the blinds because of the rake and the drop. But here in Texas, there's never chop. Even if it is, you know, it's interesting because you go to Vegas and sometimes people will chop. Or when I was playing 10-20 at Commerce, even though it was a time game, people would still chop sometimes in the blinds. But here, I don't even think that they know. I've never seen it done before.
I don't think I ever, you know that first hand? Y'all kept asking me what I had. I don't think I scanned my cards. I'm not even going to get to see it on the thing. It was pocket five.
Raise 15. Fold. Fold.
It's like a raise it and take it. And that's another thing, too, that's great about Texas poker here.
They say the
And no rake games, that you're not punished for just winning the blinds. Like if you raised it and took it. And part of the reason why those smaller games are so hard to beat is because it's even worse than a rake. It's a drop. So if you see the flop, the entire $6 are taken. And then I think it's 7 on the river now if you get to the river. So you could be playing in a 5-5 game and one guy limps in and the blinds check and $7 out of 15 taken out of the pot.
yeah, on that flop it wasn't too good. Right color on the shadow.
Yes. Raise 65. Fold. Fold.
Just that I'm not playing.
Big Daddy Chaz here going to raise it up to 65. 3-4 diamonds. Alessandro going to call here. Well, it looks like he's trying to figure out what he's going to do here in the small blind. He's got pocket eights. Playing off a $740 stack. Going to call. And Rich just going to mock the 4-5 of spades, which is probably correct off of his stack size. But that's not usually a fold that you're going to see that often in Texas. Damon comes in here with the 6 deuce. Chaz's flop bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Alessandro's got the best hand with eights, and Chaz turns trips. Checks back with the 4-3. Damon's going to stab at it, drawing totally dead here. Going to bet 125 here. Little does Chaz know that he probably will make more money by calling and trying to get Alessandro to overcall behind him. Because if he raises, it's just going to quickly go fold-fold. But, well, he's going to call. Let's see if that brings Alessandro behind for the call. And it does. So there you go. So Chaz has a hammer lock on this hand unless an 8 comes at the end. The river here is a 5. And I think that if you're Alessandro here, you can fold, especially with the player behind you, when Chaz is going to bet here. No backdoor draw came in on turn. He's going to look like he's going to bet 575 here at the end. Well, what do I know? A quick call, and Chaz is going to win it again. Trip threes. They just don't believe him.
Wow, wow.
Knock all the rest of them over there, too. Thank you, pick all that up.
Please,
Players checks, live stream, players checks.
But moves over here to Alessandro. Looks like he's going to rebuy. You know, back in the day, I was of the feeling that I never chopped in flop and rake games or in drop and rake games because it would irritate my opponents and they would play worse. But if you're playing in a game with a flat drop like I was describing, there's no way you're going to be able to beat the drop. I mean, you're not going to play somebody heads up for $5 a hand. I mean, take a step back, right? And the lower stakes that you go, the more a portion of the the percentage of the pot the rake is. Playing 5-5, and they're going to take $7 a hand.
Yeah, that's big card, but let's see.
Looks like this one gets folded around.
I had a 7 high. Really nice. Me too. I had 7 5.
Those really has bluffy tools.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't really just check. You didn't have the old 7 deuce, did you? No, we had also had a 7 5. Suited. No, I didn't have suited. I was off suited.
Can get a muck the king 10 offsuit. I mean, not that that's an epic laydown, but there's a lot of guys that are going to play that hand from under the gun on this table. Chaz going to raise it up here with Jack 9 of clubs from +2. Alessandro here rebought, looks like for 1,000, and he is going to make a very small 3-bet here with lower clubs. So here we go, Jack 9 of clubs versus 10-7 of clubs here. Both players miss, but this should probably go bet and fold, I would imagine. Yep. Just thought about it just for a second, but not good enough there with the Jack 9. Button moves over here to seat 6. Pocket kings here for Sasha.
Raise 20.
Gonna make it 20.
Call.
Alessandro gonna call here with queen jack offsuit in the cutoff. Damon here with the 5-6 of clubs. And we're gonna see this one three ways. Well, Alessandro could get himself into a little bit of trouble here. He's flop top pair, queen 10-10. Sasha here with the overpair, and he gets checked around. Queen jack checks back in position. Kings checks from the middle. And kings checks again. And queen jack checks again. What is going on here? What's going on here? Damon not going to bluff at it. Now Sasha here is going to go for some value for 60. Going to get snapped off, and Sasha missed a couple of streets there.
Thank you.
You can see here Alessandro's VPIP over 50%. Button moves over here to Damon in seat 7. Yeah, Mike Youngblood. I mean, wow, he really did a lot of hours of commentary this weekend, right? He did the Thursday game, he did the Friday PLO, he did the Sunday tournament. Burning the midnight oil. Well-deserved night off for him.
Raise 20. Fold.
And he's in the live chat right now, too. Doc here going to raise it up with the 5-6 of diamonds. Damon's going to call here with king 10. Big Daddy Chaz here with the ace-king offsuit with 3 dead calls in between. Of course, he's going to 3-bet this one.
No, you don't. You love me.
Going to make it 125 here. Kind of, I was going to say maybe a little bit on the small side with another deep stack in there.
You better not have a handful of crap. That's all.
And Doc is in a tough spot. He's got a pretty hand, but he's not going to have position. And looks like Damon wants to play some deep stack poker here. Not necessarily the best hand you want to have to play a big pot with in no limit hold'em king 10 off. But here we go, ace king versus king 10 here. At about 9,700 effective. Both players miss here. Big Daddy Chaz with the king of spades. So it's queen 6-3 with a couple spades.
Check.
Check, check. Turn is an 8. Damon's going to start bluffing at it here. And he's going to bet 205. And Chaz is just done with it.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
So it looks like I see a couple of people in the live chat that joined me for my show this afternoon. If you ever want to have a hand analyzed and be on my call-in show live stream on Crush Live Poker, you can shoot me an email. Bart@crushlivepoker.com. Submit your hand. I do that every Monday afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Fold. 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 Raise 35. Fold.
Damon here to 35 with the 9-7 of hearts in the cutoff. John, who you haven't really seen him play a hand here so far, going to make the 3-bet here in the small blind.
Fold.
Looks Damon definitely wants to call. Well, and he's going to fold. Some discipline there. I was going to say specifically about gap-suited connectors. Talk about how the game has actually evolved somewhat with the use of computers, AI, computer modeling. I remember looking at this from a couple of years ago when we used to do an optimal podcast, or I used to co-host an optimal podcast on Crush Side Poker. And you would be shocked how much better a direct suited connector actually flops versus a gap suited connector. You can fool around with it on like Flopzilla, but 7-8 suited is monumentally better than say 6-8 suited. That was a late configuration open though. I mean, a cutoff open and small blind 3-bet. That one's pretty close. 9-8 being pretty much one of the worst suited connectors though that you can have with the way that it interacts. He had 9-7. Oh, wow, look at this. Alessandro limps in with queens. He's trying to get the limp re-raise in, and Big Daddy Chaz wakes up with aces, and Chaz raises it, and Alessandro just calls. Oh, I thought we were going to see the limp re-raise there for sure. And Damon 3-bets now? Oh, this is bizarre. Limped around, aces raises, queens just limp calls, and now Damon is going to like min back raise here? I mean, this is a disaster for Alessandro no matter what happens, but now Chaz is going to slow play, it looks like. Is that right? Oh, no, he 4-bet it. He 4-bet it. And Alessandro here with queens, I thought for a second he just called. He must have verbalized it. I mean, how do you get away from queens here the way that he's played this with a limp call? And then just you have this incy little $75 back raise. Chaz, who's shown to be aggressive 4-bets. But, I mean, you get queens. How do you not go with it? And it looks like he's going to call. So, with about a pot-sized bet left, Jack 10, King 6 of diamonds would have flopped the flush draw. I mean, at this point, you're never going to fold here with aces with one pot-sized bet left, so. And I mean, for Alessandro, I was going to say, you know, maybe an ace or a king save him, but I don't see how he doesn't go broke. He continues to just call now. 180 and a call. Turn is a 6, so now we're dealing with half a pot size bet left.
Bet all in.
And it's going all in. Chaz gonna go all in here. Talk about being under-repped, and I think that people, if you're familiar with my training material, I'm not a huge fan of that term because I think people misuse it, but this is a definition of under-repped. Alessandro limped in. He didn't limp re-raise. He just called the $35 raise. There was a min back raise behind, 4-bet, and then just a call. I mean, you would never think that he has a big pair here because he would almost always limp re-raise with it. He's going to put it in.
I have aces.
Going to put it in here. Going to go to the river, and the river is a deuce. And he's going to get stacked. We actually could have seen a really, really big pot if Damon hadn't put that little back raise in, because if he had called the raise, he had king 6 of diamonds, he would have flopped the flush draw, turned a pair. We could have seen some fireworks. Looks like Alessandro here is gonna. That might be it for him.
If that seat open, I'm gonna take it.
Can't see shit.
Open seat live stream.
Damon playing 61%. I saw that Chaz had a pre-flop raise stat of 33%, so Chaz is playing 33/33. Those are his stats. That's pretty impressive, 33/33. I don't know if I've ever seen someone above a 30 VPIP have this same pre-flop raise percentage.
Hey, am I able to move the live seat?
I don't believe you can. It's all random, and everyone got a random seat here, right? And choosing wouldn't be fair. But I'll double check that. But for now,
T Frank in the live chat says, how much are the tip chips worth? Well, the teal ones or the yellowish ones are worth 1 and the blue ones are worth 2.
right?
I changed seats on Monday's live stream.
The reds are $5, the greens are 25, the blacks are hundreds. The pinks are 500s and the plaques are 1Ks.
Way down at the bottom. It's way down at the bottom, too. Oh, thank you. I'm watching you stack.
So once again here we're going to see blind versus blind. We get king queen here against pocket sevens. Small blind versus big blind. Small blind opens to 25 and a call.
End of the night, Doc, you'll be there.
Vittorio here flops the Broadway straight draw, and you can't really. It's really hard to continue here with sevens. You'd rather have a hand like 7-8 here with a 5-out draw as opposed to a pair. And he's going to get rid of it. This is a really interesting dynamic here, though, at this table, because you've got seat 10, who is John. You have seat 7, who is, let's see here, or seat 6, who is Rich, I believe. I might be confusing 9 and 10. Maybe we're 9-handed, right? So 9 is John, 6 is Rich. And then you have Ken in seat 8. And also this guy in seat 3. All those guys are super tight players. Like, guys, they're all playing probably under 20% of their hands. And then you have Vittorio, Chaz, and Damon. And then Doc is in the middle. I mean, I don't think we've seen this guy play a hand here in seat 6, have we? Seat 7, Rich.
That's a board you can call down on. Fold, stack, I think it's fold. You're actually bluffing or you fold bluff.
Vittorio here going to raise it up. 25. Doc going to defend here at the 7-8 offsuit. Vittorio here, top and bottom here with the ace deuce. Doc here has a pair of 8s, so I imagine that he's going to at least continue here now. $20 and a call. Checked over to Vittorio. He's going to bet here again. Wow, looks like Doc is a non-believer. He's going to call him again. 50 and a call, it looked like here.
Check. That's 75.
75 and a call? Wow. So 245 here to the river. The river's a 9. And Doc is going to bet out. This is, you always know when it's a good game when me as the commentator, I can see the cards and I don't know what's going on here. Meaning I don't know what the players are doing. Doc bet 150 here at the end. Not exactly sure what he's trying to accomplish here with 7-8. And Vittorio just called. I gotta tell you, if I'm Vittorio there, I think I might raise. I mean, you're beating every other aces up. I'd have to look back at the board. I mean, you're going to lose to some straights that had flush draws in them that run into straights, but it was ace, deuce, 8, jack, 9, I want to say. So you're losing to queen, 10, and 7, 10 of hearts. People are talking about the average raise size in this game, and that's really kind of what defines the size of the game. A lot of people don't realize that. It's a huge, huge difference when people are 4xing and 5xing, and then it's, you know, going multi-way. The pots just get bigger. Looks like we got a big straddle here from Damon, maybe 40. We're just going to play a pot here. And he's going to steal the straddle.
Josh L. I think it's 17.
Okay, Josh L. 17.
K mixed KC Mixed Media says, Bart, can you talk about why 8-9 suited? Or he says, why wouldn't you play 8-9? I'm just saying that the way that 8-9 suited interacts with a standard sort of 3-betting range can be troublesome, as opposed to having like a suited connector like 4-5 or 5-6, where you don't really have to worry about having bottom end of straights, things like that. Obviously with 8-9, you're going to make the bottom end on Jack 10 Queen versus like an Ace King.
That's right. And, all right, Josh, I'll get you the next hand, okay? Okay, yeah. All right.
Button moves over here to Doc.
Is 5 in play?
Yes, yes, it is. The 500 is behind it in play this hand.
And this is an uncapped game, so for the TV for the live stream, people were asking about how much you can buy in for.
I'm gonna coach you on this exact hand.
The 1-3 is what, capped at 500 or 1K to buy in on Thursdays? 1,000 at first. Match the stack, yeah, for our Thursday game. Speaking of 9-8, Doc here with the 9-8 suited.
40.
Just the two of us?
No.
Oh, there's no.
Looks like Doc open limps the button here.
Yes.
It's not a play that you're going to see every day. He's going to call the raise.
Now it's just the two of us.
Heads up.
Ten deuce deuce here.
Bet 50.
Doc has missed. This would be quite the ambitious float. I mean, he's got 3 to a straight. He makes the call. No backdoor flush draw. Turns a pair. Damon now picks up a gut shot here to a jack. He's going to continue to fire here.
Bet 130.
130.
Raise.
And Doc's going to call.
260. Yeah, raise 260.
So 575 here. Obviously Damon. Oh, look at this. Doc is actually going to raise. He's going to make it 260. Well, a little bit of equity denial there. Gets it done. I'd like to see that river.
Finally, I can throw a chip.
All right, this is what I wanted. Yep, I wanted to look at these VPIPs. So you can see, well, there's new player there, but John, Rich, Ken are all playing under 20. Somebody else was 22. It was really fast. You're going to see that all night. You're going to see Damon, Chaz, Doc, Vittorio up above the 30s, and then a couple of really tight players.
I just button on C7.
Randy Leahy says, Bart, does TCH have any regular tournaments running right now? The Sunday tournament, right? Friday PLO and Wednesday free roll, and they all start at night at 7? 7 p.m. Okay. The Sunday afternoon one starts at 2 p.m. $150 no re-entry. And the final table is right here. Ace King here for Josh, gonna 3-bet it up to 75. Chaz here with 7-8 of hearts, brought this one in here for a raise. It looks like. Doc here with the Jack 10 off.
It's a party.
So 3 ways here versus this new guy here, Josh L with Ace King in the cutoff. And Doc here flops top 2. Josh L here with the Ace King, Broadway draw to the Queen. And Doc is going to lead at it. Lead right into the pre-flop 3-better. Again, that is a play that is not something you're going to see every day. Going to see a call here from Josh. Chaz is going to get out of the way. Turn is a king. So Josh might get into some trouble now. And I think Doc just went all in and just got snapped for a pot-sized bet. So Jack 10 here versus Ace King, just a snap, and the river's a Jack. And Doc here is going to double through. Rob Farha, fellow CLP instructor, says, is this the real Bart Hansen? Yes, this is the real Bart Hansen. I had a guy on Poker Bros last night say, didn't believe me. So I put it up on Instagram that this was the real Bart Hansen, and then the guy quit me. We were playing heads up, Big O. Nice pot there from Doc.
Thank you very much.
Big Daddy Chaz already up $1,800 in about an hour. Looks like we were just about to hit the 500 mark here tonight. Concurrent viewers. Josh is new, so Damon Doc here, 52.39. Chaz at 30, and Victorio at 26. Those are pretty tame V-pips for those two guys, 30 and 26. And like I said, John, Rich, and Ken, from what I have seen so far, looks like they're going to be playing extremely, extremely tight.
Raise 35.
Vittorio here going to raise it up with the King Jack offsuit from +1. Sasha here, Ace 10 of diamonds, going to put in the 3-bet.
115.
35 to 115.
Fold. 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 Fold.
And King Jack here, I mean, against a tight player, you're opening from +1 to a +2 3-bet. It's going to be one of the hands that I'm going to be folding. Slam dunk fold. The King Jack offsuit. Continue maybe with the King Jack suited, and he gets away from it. Some people are commenting about how unorthodox that line is by Doc betting out with top two into the three better. Yeah, it's not something you see. It's definitely not something that you see every day. Well, if ever. Ace five of diamonds here for Vittorio. Raise it up here to 25. Damon gonna call here 9-7 off, and Ken's got kings. And about a 5K stack. Does he have a Rush Limbaugh hat on? I think so. Oh, and Big Daddy Chaz here with Ace King. I mean, Ken probably is the tightest player at the table, so this is going to be... And he just folds! Wow! Raise, call, 3-bet, fold, Ace King off. And Vittorio here with the Ace 5 of diamonds is going to call. Ooh, Jack 10 deuce here with a couple diamonds. So Vittorio here with the nut flush draw. Ken here with red kings. You can see that the equities are quite close. Vittorio also can pick up some backdoor straight draws here with the Broadway card or a wheel draw. With his ace 5, so a 3, a 4, and some Broadway cards come to give him additional equity here as well. Turns a 5, he now picks up a pair. That's one of the cards that gives him additional equity. $730 now in the pot. And Ken here is going to bet once again. We'll get the sizing here in a second. He's going to bet 480. So, I mean, this really looks like Ken has got, you know, you don't think Ken is doing this with ace-king. He probably has kings. I mean, because you have an ace in your hand, the most logical hand is probably kings or queens, really. So if you think that Ken has kings or queens here, and it's 1,200 in the pot, 480 to call, you know, I think that you probably think that you have the equity here. And if I'm going to make this call, I'm going to decide right now also if a 5 comes or if an ace comes, how I'm going to play it as well. Because if he calls, he's got 1,000 left, and the pot's going to be 1,700. And I think you want to go for some value on those cards. Definitely a 5 for sure. And he's going to make the call. So 1,700 here. Vittorio with 945 behind. Here we go to the river, and the river is a king. That is not a fireworks river. This is just going to go check fold, I'm sure. Looks like Ken's going to bet something like 800, and obviously Vittorio can't really do anything here with just a 5. What could have been. Now, Walker Gibson in the live chat said, easy call because you know Ken's going to pay you off if you hit on the river. I don't know if you're trying to be facetious or what, but if you go back and you look at some of our best of hands from the last few weeks, you saw Ken make that really good laydown with ace king for trip aces against a full house. Board was ace ace jack blank blank, and he got raised at the end, and he bet folded ace king, and he was correct.
Are you drawing there? I had a made hand. Two pair? One pair and a little something. Queens? The queen's good? No. Needle. It's your button. No, it's not a needle. I said the queens are no good. Well, I believe you.
Ari Israel says, random question for Bart. Why is ace 5 suited preferred to ace 4 suited when they both make the wheel the same number of ways, but ace 5 suited is dominated by 6-5? I mean, I think it's just simply that you make more straights with a 5 in your hand. You need to have a 10 or a 5 on the board to make a straight, like the 5 cards interacting, I believe is. Yeah, I think you need a 10 or, yeah, it's either a 10 or a 5.
Well, maybe if we got all in and ran it twice, I might have had a chance to get half.
So, I mean, really you're doing it as like a primary multi-bet hand pre-flop so that you can barrel. So it's not necessarily the quality of what you make, but the quality of your draws, the amount of equity you can pick up. So I think the 5 gives very slightly better maneuverability with draws with flop more. Raise it up here by Damon with the 7-5. Gets called here by ace jack and jack 10. Checked around. Turn here is ace 6. Chaz gonna bet out here. Damon picks up a gut shot here with this pair of 5s, makes the call on the turn. And the river here is a king. Chaz gonna go for some value. 135. I was wondering if Damon might have a bluff raise in his arsenal here at the end. Maybe make it look like he ran into pocket kings or something like that. He's got the 7 blocker. No, he's just gonna call. Ace jack's gonna win it. Jun Zhang says, Bart, against a limp raised donk lead after you bet or 3-bet, is that strength or a draw? It's usually not strength. I mean, things have changed. Usually people just naturally check to the pre-flop raiser. It was a lot, you know, that was a definite thing that you could pick up on, say, maybe 5-10 years ago, too, in live poker. When someone led into you, specifically like in single raise pots, you know, you could raise them off of like weak top pairs, you know, bets that find out where they're at, stuff like that.
Ken, they keeping you busy over there? Just about finished, but I have to tell you, I'm enjoying every moment of it. It's like to drag it out, but otherwise it's slow down the game.
Button moves over here to seat 1. Ken here going to open limp in the hijack with the 7-8 of hearts. Victoria going to raise it up to 40 here with the ace-10 of diamonds in the small blind.
40?
Just us again.
And Ken's going to call. I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh back when I was in 8th grade, 1992. He's got that old Rush Limbaugh hat on. King 3-6 here with a couple diamonds. Nut flush draw here for Vittorio. And he's going to bet and take it down.
Same hand as last time. Be nice to put another 1,000 in.
Your hand, sorry. Your hand.
Oh, yeah.
I made. This is the tightest hold I've ever made.
People sometimes ask me, like, what kind of VPIP do you strive for in a full ring live game? It's kind of a little bit of a loaded question because usually that question comes when they're saying, hey, what would you play on a live stream? And normally live stream games tend to be a little more action-packed and a little more, if you want to say, softer, better games than just your normal game. You know, I'm usually in the high 20s. 28 to 30%, 25 to 30%, I would say. Which is far, far looser than, say, optimal equilibrium, especially in a non-ante game. I mean, take a look at, like I said, the computer modeling, like a 9-handed non-ante no-limit game. People are supposed to be playing like 10% of their hands. There's no incentive to play any hands. Raised up here by Vittorio, the ace-king. And it looks like Josh limped in. Is that right? Here, he had no straddle, so he limp calls. Oh, boy. Look at this. Top and bottom versus ace-king here on ace-4-10 with a couple hearts. Vittorio could get into some trouble here. Vittorio going to bet 50. Wow, Josh just going to check call. Well, there's a lot of cards here that could kill the action. That's not one of them. Turns a 3. Is he going to check raise turn here with top and bottom? Wow, and now we're going to see a lead. Now, this is very, very unorthodox. So he's going to check call lead, and you've got a decision here for Vittorio. You can call and then blast the river if check to. Sometimes I might even raise in this spot. I might do a little, what I call like a little dink and dunk here to like say 250, 275 to get some more value, and that's what it looks like he's going to do. $250 and just a call. And if this runs out clean, if I'm Vittorio, I might lose more money by like trying to go and value own myself. Oh, the river's a 4. Wow. Josh here makes a full house. The only thing here is that now Vittorio doesn't beat a flush. If that was the other 4, like the 4 clubs, you would think Vittorio would definitely value bet. Let's see what happens here. Well, Josh has checked. I gotta tell you, I probably value on myself here if I'm Vittorio. Yep. And he's gonna put it all in. And obviously he's gonna get called. And that is what they call the value own, which is basically you value betting the worst hand, but you think that it is good. But you have to do that a fair amount of the time if you want to be a good player. You can't always bet for value and when called have the best hand, because if that's happening, that means that you are checking behind far too often. And you are losing value by checking.
Player check, 2,000. This game is crazy, isn't it?
What's the matter? What do you mean?
This game's crazy tonight. It's so many good hands already.
Oh, big hand?
Yeah, it's like almost every hand is over 1,000 on this.
It's like when you see a guy, like when he bets and he's not bluffing, and he's value betting, and he always has the best hand when he's called. Then there are plenty of other hands where he's just checking behind and taking a showdown, and he's not getting that value. Robert Lopez says only getting called by worse. I assume that means that he thinks that the guy's only getting called by better, which I actually disagree with. I think I might have actually played it the same way. The backdoor spade is unfortunate, but if that runs off an offsuit for sure. Raise it up here from Damon with the 10-8 of hearts. Wow, what a flop here. Jack 9-8. There's a lot going on here. We've got ace-7 of hearts here for the nut flush draw. Josh has got 9-10. Damon here with the straight flush draw. Ken's going to call with the nut flush draw here. And we could, so Ken's got the 7 of hearts, so we could see the queen, I guess the queen of hearts here. Or the queen of hearts would be a straight flush over the nut flush. Turns a 5 of clubs. Josh actually overcalled here in the big blind with 10-9, which is the best hand right now. Damon going to continue to fire. Ken now picks up a 1-card double gutter to a 10 and to a 6. What a weird hand, right? Yeah, a 10 comes, he's got the bottom end of it. If a 6 comes, he's got the straight. So he has a sort of a 15-out combo draw that he doesn't know necessarily if it's good or not. Damon with the straight flush draw and a pair. 175 call and 10-9 folds out. And the river is a 9. 9-10 would have made the trips, and Ken's not going to bluff at it, and Damon's going to win it.
Yeah, that's what he told me he had.
Button moves over here to seat 4, and we get another straddle here from Damon. Looks like 40.
And on my button.
I believe Damon here in the straddle has picked up 2 red 10s. So if anybody attacks his straddle, you can see some fireworks here, and it looks like Vittorio's raised it up to 100. King 5 of diamonds?
Anybody here a baseball fan? Oh, no baseball.
Football and basketball.
Just a call here with the 10s. Vittorio about 2K deep. So this hand is like 50 big blinds effective. Oh, top set here for Damon. Round 4. Vittorio gonna c-bet. Very little equity here. Only can make a backdoor straight. Here's the slow play here with top set. Check call.
Yeah, I don't like their rotation very much.
Turn is an ace, and that's a pretty good card to represent here. So I'd imagine Vittorio is going to fire again. Wow, what another, as the chat says, very unorthodox, if you would say, play. The check call lead on the ace that's kind of hit the preflop raiser's range. And fortunately for Damon there, I think he missed out a little bit there. Obviously, we can see the cards on some bluff equity.
They spent a bunch of money on Cole Hamels, and he sucked the whole time he was there. He could have pitched in the American League.
Button moves here to seat 5. Michael Vo says, was that the lead over bet? Yes, it was. Ken here going to raise it up to with 2 red jacks from under the gun.
New big bet.
And Rich, somebody 3 bet here to 75? It looks like it's Josh. Wow, Josh choosing to 3 bet here with King Jack offsuit against the tightest opener at the table with a couple of dead calls in there. Not really large either, just 3x. Well, here we go. Queen 4 deuce. Sasha here flops the best of it. With Queen 9 suited. 4-5 here with the pair. Josh gonna fire out anyways into 3 people. I mean, I think Ken's forced to fold here with people left to act behind him. He does. Vittorio here is gonna call. Normally, you know, if you're in Sasha's spot, this is kind of this is a tough spot. You gotta look and try to figure out what kind of player to your right here. Like, could he be piecing off with less than top pair? You know, but this is a guy on the button that's 3 bet the tightest opener. What is going on? Check raise here with Queen 9. To 380. Man, we have definitely seen some unorthodox play here tonight. Vittorio here with a 5. No, I'm not going to. He doesn't like his backdoors that much. And Sasha actually made that like almost like a kind of a scary size. He doesn't have much money. Sometimes when you see a short stack sort of make a min raise, it actually can be very scary because they're basically committing themselves, but they're not necessarily moving all in. But you certainly don't see the sort of min-ish check raise on the flop with a weak top pair in that particular dynamic. But he takes it down straddle here from John.
Not as much fun when you drop it back down and raise with it, and then you look at it again and figure it out.
Chad's going to raise it up here with 9-6 of hearts to 35. Going to get called here in 3 spots. And everybody misses here. Flush draw here for John. Nope, not a flush draw. He's got 6-5 off. I think anyone has... Oh, Chad's got the best hand here with 9-6. Turns a 5. Check through, turn Rivers is 7. If this one gets the showdown, Chad's gonna win it.
9.
The good old 9-6, and he does.
I had 4 to a straight flush.
Robert Lopez says, Bart, come down to San Antonio. You will see more unorthodox play than this. Yes, I went down to San Antonio and played a few times. Looking forward to going back there when everything gets normal. They play some pretty consistent large Big O game at one of the places over there.
Yeah, me too. I'm not doing that twice in a row.
Alright, raise, maybe 30. Fold.
Raise it up here by Rich. In the cutoff. Queen 10. Josh and looks like Ken Eller in the hand, and Josh here is once again, well, he's leading here, so someone had asked me about what does it mean when somebody who limp calls and then leads. Can be a hand that sort of they're trying to find out where they're at here. Now Rich has got a gut shot here to a jack. Trying to figure out what's going on, and he's just going to fold. Yeah, and sometimes, like, you know, if you were to attack a hand, like if I had, say, like a jack 10 there, queen 10, kind of on the cusp, but if you see a guy leading with weak holdings, you can certainly raise them for sure.
New card room.
The problem is that if you have an aware player, that hand was three-handed. If you get somebody else that's aware, they can really, really punish you. I'm talking about the third player, especially on a board where you're not going to have the nuts as the preflop raiser all that much. Button moves over here to Ken, I believe. Victorio here with the ace-king. Going to raise it up here to 30. Damon here with Jack-Jack, round 5. Ace-king versus Jack-Jack here. Going to make what looks like a 3-bet here to 75, so kind of small, 30 to 75. Now this look like 4-betting chips here. 4 bets to 300. And a call. So pot's 600. Victorio's got about 1,200 left. Ace-king versus Jack-Jack. 6-5 deuce. These are always kind of weird spots and how you want to size an ace-king if you want to make a multiple street sort of bluff. Do you want to play a 2-street game? He bets 300 here, which is half the size of the pot. The problem with this bet is that if called, he's left with, well, 2/3. If you go a little bit smaller, you can sometimes develop a good 3 streets of bluffing with sizing. Oh, is Damon going to fold here? And he's going to fold! What's going on here? Wow. Round 5 back to Vittorio. Just folds the overpair.
Okay, now you're solving it. Follow you. Right behind you. All around us, I'm right behind you.
Button moves to John.
Nice fold. Just look at 2 cards coming.
Sasha here going to raise it up to 20. 7-6 of spades. Three-way action.
Oh boy, that was top set.
Sasha flops open-ended here, 4-5-9. Damon here with a king-high flush draw. Vittorio actually has the best hand here with a 5, but you can see that Damon has basically the close to the most equity 2 overs and a flush draw. Sasha, as the under the gun raiser, not c-betting this flop with his draw. Vittorio here is going to at least call. I can't hear the audio, so he may. He did call. I was gonna say maybe he check raised, and that's gonna bring Sasha in. Sasha definitely has sort of a little hidden hand here. Up front, 7-6 of spades, just a check call. Turn is a queen. 5-3 is somehow still in the lead here. But I don't know. Now remember though, Sasha's the preflop raiser and it gets checked through, and there's the heart at the end. Damon has done some large betting with his value hands. Let's see if he overbets this one too. No, looks like 80. Sasha trying to figure this one out. River to pair of sixes. Demon actually has what he is representing here. He's got a flush. Edie for 250. He's getting about 3-1 here. Looks like he's gonna make the call. No, he does not.
I had a 5.
Somebody in the live chat said, Bart, have you seen Mike the Mouth in his live stream? Of course, they're doing this online World Series of Poker. I've seen a couple of them. Did something go on last night? This guy said, did you see Mike the Mouth last night? I saw the one where he cursed the player out for slow rolling him, and then it ended up being a girl. And then he was all apologetic, and he had to take his live stream down and called some pretty bad names. And I don't know what he was up to last night. He certainly wears his emotions on his sleeve, we'll say that. The money really means a lot to him. I don't think there's much acting with that. Raise it up here by Rich with pocket eights. Damon here going to call with 7-7. Sasha here with the ace-5 of hearts. Primary multi. Bet. Bluff hand just calls though. Does not squeeze with the ace-5. King, Jack. 9 with a couple diamonds. I don't know. Doc, I guess, completed there with King 7 off. And he's going to lead out. He does have the best hand. And he's going to take it down. Why June Lin says, can you play WSOP online tournaments in Texas? No, you can only play in Nevada and New Jersey, I think. And I guess the other, what is the other state? Delaware? Can you play in Delaware? Thought that there was even some exception there, too. Raise it up here to 25 from Damon. Ken here going to call with the queen jack of clubs from +3. Sasha here, ace king just calls. No, looks like Ken here has the best hand with queen jack of clubs. So we've seen a lot of donk leading here tonight. Last hand Doc had top pair. This hand he's got middle pair with 10-6. Ken here with the queen jack of clubs going to make the call. Sasha has been very passive pre-flop. Just over-calling pre with the ace-king here. It's hard for me to put myself in this spot because I wouldn't be in this spot, but I don't... How can you fold the nut gut shot here? For 70 bucks with ace-king and 2 overs? Well, he does. Turns a king and he would have had the best hand. Queen-jack now open-ended. Ken gonna bet. $155. I assume that Doc is gonna fold here. I want to read a comment. Something that I feel strongly about. It's really not that big of a deal in terms of relative terms of anything in poker, but sometimes it bothers me. Rick Bakken says, what difference does it make if it's a girl if you get slow roll called? If you get a slow roll, call him every name in the book if you feel like it, regardless of gender. And yeah, it doesn't matter if it was a girl. The point of this, as I have seen many, many times, especially in live poker, is that it wasn't a slow roll. And the reason why I know it wasn't a slow roll was because the person who did it said it wasn't a slow roll. It's all about the intention of what the person that you think is slow rolling does. If they turn their hand over slow and they're not trying to slow roll, it's not a slow roll. If the guy's trying to slow roll, he's going to admit to the fact that it was a slow roll. It just doesn't make any... It's so incongruent when somebody thinks that someone else is slow rolling and the other guy says, I'm not excuse me, I'm not slow rolling. If he says that he's not slow rolling, he's not slow rolling. It's all about his intention. 3-bet here from Big Daddy Chaz to 75 with the 9-7 of hearts versus Rich's under the gun raise. 6-4-6 with a couple diamonds. So now Rich leads here for 60. And Chaz calls. Boy, that's really strange. So he defended the 3-bet, leads on the flop, and now he's going to lead the turn. Chaz floats with basically nothing here. 175. You know, was definitely not expecting Rich to be one of the guys that's going to lead out into the three-better. And Chaz is going to raise. Bluff raise here. Floats the flop. And now he's going to bluff raise here to 450. And Rich is going to fold. So, I mean, you got to hand it to Chaz that he's on with his live reads, because when you look at sort of a range of hands that we talk about when somebody leads into you as a three-better, a lot of times it's going to be draws, right? Those draws come in on the turn. And Rich really hasn't done anything tonight. Like, that's like the first time he's put money in the pot. Somebody said that Sean Deeb slow-rolled Mattisau Poker Night in America. Yes, he did. He did slow-roll Mike Mattisau. And it was intentional. I just think that sometimes you don't really see it in Hold'em that much, but I've seen it a few times in Omaha where literally the opponent doesn't realize that they have the nuts, or they don't see it in their hand. I see it all the time in high-low. And they take some time with it on the river. They take some time with calling on the river with the nuts or raising on the river. And then their opponent's like, you slow-rolled me. The guy can't even read his hand. Or the guy called with the nuts. Saw one guy get mad. He bet on the river in PLO. The guy called with the nuts because he can't read his hand, and the guy got mad and he called it a slow roll. Raise it up here by 80 for Vittorio on the hijack. And Damon here is going to defend. Damon's been putting in the straddle here to 40. Round 6. Ace, queen, 5, all spades. And a bet of 100 and a call. Bottom pair with the 7 of spades. Turns a 3. Damon's going to check here. Check, check, and the river's a jack. And Vittorio makes Broadway. And it looks like Damon's going to turn his hand into a bluff here, which is quite interesting. Let's see the sizing. Well, now we have just a call. It looks like 305. I think we can just, if you're Vittorio, you just call. I don't think that you can go crazy here with a raise on a monotone board. Well, he is going to raise. I was thinking about it. It's kind of, yeah, it's cutting out chips. I think he might just call. This could be a little bit for show. No, he's going to raise. Obviously, Damon just going to fold. I mean, I'm all for making thin value raises, but you know, against probably close to a pot size bet there, I think I do call. I mean, I think that yeah, I was on Vittorio's side with the ace-king when he value owned himself, but I think there I'm going to just call.
Tell two Ninny not to raise that river.
Raise 55 straight.
Gonna see a raise here by Vittorio to 25 with a 5-6 of spades. Call, and Damon's going to 3-bet from the big blind here with ace-8 offsuit.
Just us again, sir. The rematch.
And here we go.
I hope you're right.
Is it round 6? Ace, king, queen. Damon here with a weak ace. He's going to come out and bet pretty small here, 125 and a 380. Vittorio with a backdoor flush draw with the 5-6 of spades. No, he's going to give it up.
We had at least like 5% equity. It's the minimum requirement for it.
Bryce says, Bart, Jesse the Suit, better than Vittorio. Jesse the Suit, of course, is a Crushlight Poker subscriber. One of my subscribers. He always wears a suit and a bow tie. And I think we've always seen Vittorio in a suit, too. Every time Vittorio plays, he's in a little suit.
That's wrong. It's always just a maybe. You could also just be drawing.
The thing with Jesse the Suit is that he literally wears a suit everywhere, not just playing poker.
He's got straight with my suit. Trouble. The straddle to 10.
Vittorio here now with 7-8 of spades. Gonna raise it up to 35. We got a couple suited broadways here that are just flat calling. Queen, jack of diamonds, king, 10 of spades. Those are all hands that could be 3-bet. And we're gonna see it 4 ways. Sasha here with the best of it with a queen, queen 4-7.
So we're both getting a little spicy.
And it looks like we've got a bet. Yep, Vittorio bets here and call. And what is Doc is over calling here with king 10 of spades? Am I looking at the right board here? Turns an 8 of diamonds. Queen jack of diamonds now picks up a flush draw, and Vittorio now turns 2 pair. So he's got the 7-8. Sasha now with top pair and a flush draw. Vittorio going to bet 205 now.
It's a fun one.
Sasha going to call. Doc is going to fold out. I think 1 street too late. But here we go. You can see Vittorio's only 63-37 with 1 card to come. And the river is a jack, and it's an offsuit jack. Wow. Not something that you're necessarily going to see. You wouldn't expect Sasha to have 9-10 here. Pot 730, and now Vittorio is going to bet here. And I think he bets 500. Now, how much money does Sasha have? Sasha looks like he's got 800 here. So the question is that if this guy's betting 500 and you have 800 and you've just made top 2, do you jam the extra 300? I do. Because he's going to call, right? He's going to be getting such incredible pot odds. This is a pretty intricate spot. It actually reminds me of several calls I got on the call-in show. He's got like 800 left, so he just calls, so he leaves about 300 behind. But sometimes when you don't have that much money, the pot odds are going to be absolutely incredible. You block, you know, a set of queens. You block jacks. I mean, I guess you lose to sevens, eights, 5, 6, but I don't know. That one's pretty close. I think if you're deeper, you could make a case for just calling, but just having 300 left. Vittorio with the 4-5 of spades now. Suited connector. Suited connector. This is 7-8. We see 5-6, 5-4. And Damon gonna 3-bet him. Round 7. Ken snap folds the ace queen offsuit.
You got me. I'm your customer.
And here we go again.
We've heard that before, sir.
Oh, wow. How about trip deuces here? 3-betting with the ace deuce off. Deuce, 6 deuce. And Vittorio here with a gut shot here with 4-5. Quick check call. Sometimes people would even check raise there with that gut shot.
Almost. Check.
I don't see what the turn here is. Well, check, check. Which is really weird. That means that the turn's going to either have to be a heart or Damon somehow filled up, but I don't see the cards. Yeah, it is a heart. Makes sense. They're going to slow the action down here a little bit. And the river now is a 5. It puts a one-liner out there to a 3. And the flush is out there. Remember, Damon folded the deuce as a full house. Now you've got a one-liner and a flush out there. Deuce, 6 deuce. He also folded jack on the 6-5 deuce board. Is he going to fold now again here? No, it doesn't look like this time. Going to make the call. Yeah, it seemed like maybe Vittorio thought that he was, I don't know if he thought he was value betting there. Like against ace king, I'm not sure. Kind of a small bet to get like, and maybe he thought he could fold out some overpairs. I've watched a lot of TCH live hands, especially from the 5-5. I've actually never seen two guys go at it in so many hands. Just heads up, like we have in the first 2 hours tonight. I mean, it's been 7 or 8 hands. Mostly all 3-bet pots. John here. Been very quiet. 3-betting here with the ace king of clubs, and he's gonna get action here from 5-6 offsuit. Queen 9-10 here. $80. I mean, is it crazy to just fold 5-6 here on Queen 9-10? Huh? Yeah, it is. What's up, G-Man Burton? G-Man Burton, vlogger extraordinaire in the live chat. .600 concurrent viewers here. We're about halfway through the show. On a Monday night. Duck here with queens. Raises it up to 35. Gonna get called here from Josh, Damon, Vittorio. And Josh's got the best hand here. Josh now turns the aces up. Ace 7-4 turns an 8.
I was right. I had 6%. Even better. 3 suited spade combos.
Doc continues to bet here. So 120. Raise it to 300, and it'll take it down. King 8-5 here with a couple spades. And Josh here flops top 2.
I have more than 5% equity.
Just looks like he just calls. Queen here, Doc here bets. Josh calls, Damon calls here with 9-10. Turns a queen. Doc going to continue to bet. And he's going to continue to bet. Like he's representing a flush. And Josh is going to call. Ryan, you won't imagine who just DM'd me on Twitter just now. Mike Postle just DM'd me on Twitter. I was saying on Twitter the last couple of days that I wish somebody would look at his tax returns because I saw him structure his cash outs at Stones multiple times. And I just told him to basically fuck off, and I posted it on Twitter. He said that I was using him for clickbait Why don't you get a hold of me to discuss whatever you're referring to, since you're dead wrong about most of what you've said, instead of using me for clickbait? What a scumbag. Just now. I was saying that he was structuring his payouts, which he was. I mean, I saw it with my own eyes. He would basically pay chip runners to break up his cash out so it was under 10,000. Raise it up here to by Josh here with King 10 offsuit. Ken here with pocket jacks is just going to call. John here, 3 bets with ace king. There's the ace. Ace 5-6. John gonna make $185 bet here, and Ken's just gonna fold correctly. But moves over here to seed 3.
What do you have? Oh, in terms of the cards now. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Counts people that pull the third.
Rich gonna raise it up here to 20.
That call? Yeah. Dropped it from the second story, bro.
The top row.
Chicken Dark can say that.
Chicken dark.
They're sitting on it.
Jack 8-8 here on the flop. So everybody misses. Rich here, the pre-flop raiser. Bet 25 and a call here by Chaz. Wow, that's a very ambitious float with the 5-3 of spades here. Ace-3 of hearts betting. Chaz calls here with the 5-3 of spades. In position, turns a deuce of clubs. And he's going to fire again here with the ace-3. And that's really, people were saying that I was making a joke that I'm actually seeing the cards and don't know what the players are doing. That's indicative of a good game. What's actually really indicative of a good game is that when people turn hands into bluffs that are actually the best hand. Because it just means that people are playing so wide. Ken here with ace king. Raises it to 80. Damon defends here with ace 9. Ken's going to hit top pair, top, top. Wow, and ace 9 here, going to check call, drawing virtually dead. I guess he's going to represent like he's got a club. Like he's going to make a club. And now it looks like he is going to, again, we've seen this play several times here tonight. He's going to check call lead. Not just from him, but we've seen it from other players. But Ken's got the goods here. So Damon check calls here with ace 9. He's going to lead the turn. And Ken's going to raise. And Damon obviously just snap mucks. Obviously, you know, you kind of see, we see the cards, you know, you'd be like, well, why doesn't Ken just call there? Well, if Damon does have a king, he might want to get some value. Obviously, he could wait to the river to raise too, or depending on what comes, he might actually scare himself away from some value. But I might make the case that him calling might even be just as strong as him raising. I don't know, that's close. I mean, he's got a very, very tight image, so sometimes with such a tight image, you actually have to pull it back a little bit. Limped around 4 ways. Here, Jack 4 Jack. Everybody misses. Ace high still good. Turn is a 9. Ace high still good. River's an ace. Pair of aces now good. Doc does not bet at the end. Ace 5 going to take it down.
See Chaz abusing me over there on a regular basis. Last save. Oh, we're still friends. So.
Okay, Jay. Can you tell someone to come over? Raise like a 30.
Sasha here going to raise it up with 8-5 of clubs. Doc's going to call. Ace Jack. Oh, and Damon's got kings over here in the small blind. Three bets to 160. And Doc gonna finally let it go.
I'm gonna have to look at that one when it comes up here. Yeah, maybe we would have stuck Johnny. They just can't do it in the action.
Can see Damon still
We didn't see it.
with the covering the table here at 16-2. So Chaz started with, I think we want to say 8,700, so he's up maybe 2,400. Damon started with, I think Damon's just about even here, sort of ups and downs.
Throw a puller in together.
Well, I would have gotten down the turn of the river, that's for sure. Like I said, I was
Oh
on
yeah,
stack.
sure. You're definitely above 3% equity that
Got
time.
time for sure. We got a 6. You're right. Back to a 3 draw. 10. Possibly jack. I think a 7 maybe.
Two jacks.
Yeah, I'll be allowed 10.
Yo, what up, kid? What I'm calling when it pops up.
And a new setup.
I recognize your shirt on. Oh, yeah? Bro, I fell in love with that girl. You have no idea.
Which one?
That's why I
No, not
when he raced.
so.
No,
Not the girl.
I know which one. How far
The
behind
girl
is
that was giving the massage for the whole time, like literally 4 hours.
You can see that Chaz is up 2.3. Yeah, Damon's up about 570 bucks.
10.
Up and down, but I'm saying something else.
We got about an hour and 45 minutes here left in the show.
We also did 12 minutes one time, but it changed it to 15. Yeah, when we started a little late too.
Oh, we did? We started after?
It's probably 10, you're right, yeah.
Damon's going to raise it and take it down.
How are you, KJ?
Doing well. How you doing?
Pretty good, man.
Would you mind repairing my damaged stack, please?
No problem.
10.
Button moves over here to seat 8.
I saw you won a big game like Jack 10.
I did win a big hand with Jeff 10. That was about an hour ago.
Raised 30.
We have to win one, at least one every hour. You know, not just one. And that's it.
I've probably got a lot of that back.
Good luck, man.
Rich is going to raise it up here. Jack 10 offsuit to 30 from the hijack.
I've got this one.
Go ahead, check. Check. I'm sorry. Okay.
Watching the screen more than
I'm trying
one.
to get 8 of diamonds, 8 of hearts, queen of diamonds. You good?
Vittorio's going to call.
Okay, we check.
Rich flops a gut shot here. Check, check, turns a deuce. Surprised that Jack 10 doesn't take a stab at it here. Check, check again. River's a 9 and he makes his gut shot. Vittorio can't win here with 7 high. I don't know if he's just going to give up or if he's going to try to take a stab at it or what. Oh, looks like he's just going to give up, check, and obviously Rich is going to bet. A sloppy 25 and he'll take it down. That is really amazing that Mike Postle just DM'd me on Twitter. I haven't seen any activity from him since September 30th. So it's been, Jesus, it's been almost a year since that stuff went down 10 months ago. Wow. Button moves over here to seat 9, John. Limp here by Doc, and we get a raise here from Damon with ace 8 of spades. Ken here just going to fold the king jack, and John feels, I feel like John's picked up ace king like 5 times. Those are the hands that he's played here tonight. Ace king, ace king, ace king. He's got it again.
Fold, give me the hand, bro. Fold.
Yeah, the race is 155. Hold all the way back around.
You know those lady on it, sir? Yeah, I sure is champ, because if I see all 5 cards, I don't think I can always.
Now that's some infallible logic right there.
It's just stuff right there.
Damon here's going to call. 9-3-5 with a couple of diamonds, so both players miss here. John with the ace of diamonds.
I got literally everything here.
You gotta be 78% for now.
C-bet and a fold.
John's lucky. Good raise. Drawn to so many guys.
Get the nut back to work.
Seriously did. Like, so many run-outs, I just end up with the nuts. It's amazing.
There's gonna be a live 10, live 10.
Straddle it up here. 5-5-10. Rich going to raise it up here to 30. Damon going to call here. 6-4 offsuit.
I'm sorry. Not hit the
Doc here. A couple snowmen.
10 are out of the pot, and
That's fine. Yeah, C5 raise to
Going to make it 100.
100 more.
Boy, Rich doesn't get a whole lot of respect.
That is correct. It'd be 80 more dollars.
I mean, we're talking about a guy that's played like 15% VPIP, not much pre-flop raising. Well, I'll just squeeze this guy's +2 open with 8s in the straddle when I'm last to act. It's just not... Probably just going to call there, but it's going to work out.
two hands in a row. I'm straddling one.
Peer pressure.
Double straddle. Peer pressure. I wonder why it doesn't work with big blinds.
Raise 35.
Could have already been out there, man.
Fold.
Good option. Call.
Call.
Could have already been out there. We got it one more time.
Fold.
Rich is going to raise here. So 2 in a row here for Rich. Can't see what he has this time. He's going to make it 35.
Second dart.
10-9-6 with a couple of clubs. Vittorio with top pair. Josh here in there with 9-5 defending in the straddle. But remember, Rich, I mean, this has got to be a very tight range, right? I mean, he's raising from under the gun. Doesn't look like he knows it's his turn. Wow. That's the bottom. Maybe he's getting a little frustrated. I actually wouldn't have expected to see King Jack off there. He does check. Got a gut shot here to a queen. Gets checked over to Vittorio, who has top pair. Josh has called. King Jack folds. We don't see the turn, but we know it's gone check, and it looks like Vittorio has bet here again.
I'm gonna set up on 11.
I guarantee if I would have called it, Jack would have flopped.
Again, that's a situation here where, I mean, it goes bet call, call. I mean, it goes bet call on the flop. I mean, you've got King Jack here. Wouldn't you have? I think maybe I would have check called the flop. King Jack would have turned open-ended now.
I'm speaking from history, sir.
So Vittorio gets 2 streets here with Queen 10
4 to 11.
against 9-5, and I assume this is just going to go check, and Vittorio's going to win it here.
Pair of hands. 10.
Never an overcard, always a river, guaranteed. Yeah, no, I would have just been pissed off and I would have called. I would have put you on an A-side flush draw and been like, I gotta pay you off.
You know, one of the things that, and we had talked about this on this show, and I talked about it when I reference, sometimes on my call-in show, I'm going to be, like I said, I'm going to be doing a couple videos, I would say in the next few weeks, about stones. I just haven't gotten around to it, and I haven't felt like the urgent need to do it, but you can take a look here at this overhead shot. There are no backup cameras. Some people might think that there are cameras on the table. There are no cameras. It's all RFID card scanning. So if someone actually like changes the cards in the middle of a hand, if the graphics change in the middle of a hand and the cards are physically down on the table, that means that the person that's controlling sort of the technical side and the graphics and the cameras actually is changing the cards without actually knowing what the cards are, because these graphics are baked into the live feed. That's how all these poker live streams work. The graphics are on there, then it gets delayed. So anytime you see the cards change, someone's changing them.
I don't know what it is, but
Raise it up here by Sasha here to 50. Vittorio here is going to make the call, looks like, with the 5-6.
Yeah, I like that.
Not a great flop for 2 red 4s. Check, check, turn to 6. Vittorio now has the best hand.
55.
Vittorio bets 55, and Sasha's going to call. Wow, with 2 red 4s. River's a 5. Going to be a clean, probably a pretty clean value bet now here for 5-6. And he's going to bet 200 here. Sasha here with 2 red 4s. I guess he thinks that maybe Vittorio is just betting out with a high spade or something. And he's going to get called down. Going to get called down by 2 red 4s. Vittorio.
Yeah, the 6-7 that time, it didn't work out for us.
Alan Piscatello says, Bart, have you been to Sharksburgers? Have you been to Sharksburger yet? I have. I have. In Leander, in that gas station. That was one of the first places one of my buddies told me to go to. So we're going to get a new setup. And going along with what we're saying is that, you know, on live stream, that we play with these cards that have RFID chips in them, so they're not the normal types of playing cards, and that's how it works. The little, you can see the little white dots around the table. They scan the cards, and then that information is put into a graphics machine, and then it's mixed over the top of a program feed. And it's done in real time. The graphics can't be changed after the fact, and they can't be put on the live feed in between when it's happening and when it goes out on a delay. So, for example, if we're delayed by 30 minutes and it's 7 o'clock when a hand goes down, you, the viewer, is going to see it at 7:30. There is no way with this system to go back at 7:15 and change the graphics. in between. The graphics are baked in live, which is partially that whole thing with the, I think it was the 8-9 of spades hand. The problem, as I found out, no, not I don't know, say it's a problem, but what I found out upon extra investigation over the last, I would say, 4 to 6 weeks, talking to former Stones employees and stuff like that, is that there was actually a history of them changing the cards in the middle of the hand without knowing the actual holding for no reason. Because the cards were wrong so many times, the players had complained because it made them look bad that they were playing this hand when the graphics read wrong, that sometimes they would take it upon themselves to actually just change the cards to what they thought the hand might be or what it made sense. So, I thought the 8-9 suited hand was a smoking gun with Postle because, it proved that the hand was changed in the middle of the hand and there was no way you would know what Postle had because his cards were down. That part's true. The hand did change without the graphics guy knowing, but it wasn't unique to him, which is really bizarre when you think about it. Ace-5 of hearts here for Doc. Gonna raise it up to 25. Josh here with pocket eights, gonna call on the button. Pocket queens here for Damon. Here comes a squeeze. Raise it up to 175, and Josh quickly calls, and Josh flops the set, but unfortunately for him, there's an ace out there, which means that Damon's probably not going to go crazy. He does make a small sort of C-bet, kind of a range volume bet, whatever you want to call it. 115, and it looks like Josh is going to raise it up right away here. Wow, look at this. Damon looks like he's going to peel. And this in itself, sometimes fast playing can be very deceptive. And I think maybe Damon's like, what would he be raising here with? Right away. Is it a flush draw? Turn is the 10 of spades. So now Damon here with the second, not flush draw, quick check, river's a deuce. And obviously eights has to go for value now that you check back the turn. Deuce of hearts on the river, by the way. I saw in the corner of my eye that graphic has not populated. 4 of spades, 8 of hearts, ace of spades, 10 of spades, deuce of hearts here. And now, the problem here for Damon is you thought the guy was raising with a flush draw on the flop. He got there on the turn, right? So what do you beat? Again, the river is the deuce of hearts. Check on the turn. So we're actually on the river here. Quick check on the turn. Ace, 4, 8, 10, deuce. Sometimes, like when I'm in Damon's spot and I want to call, I'm like, can I invent a hand though that this guy would play this way that I am beat? Don't lose to aces up. He's gonna make the call though, and the set wins. couple of people have been texting me about a friend of mine that was a LA regular poker player that passed away, unfortunately, this week in what looks like a really terrible circumstances. Looks like she was actually murdered, and her body was found burnt up a few days ago, and it just came out in the news today. Susie Q, she was Susie Zhao. She's been on my show. Known her since 2011. She made a really deep run in the World Series. I think it was maybe 2014, and then she went deep again a couple years ago, but an LA sort of fixture in the poker scene. Very tragic, terrible story. Raise it up here from Josh to 50 from the cutoff. You don't see what he has, and he's got 2 red queens, and Damon here with Jack 9 of hearts with top pair. Turn is a 6. Check, check on the turn. River's an 8. And looks like Damon here thinks he's making a sort of value block bet. And Queen's going to win it. Yeah, usually you wouldn't see a 6 checked back that much there on the turn, but we've seen Josh do some out-of-the-box things. Looks like Victorio and Seat and Sasha are walking right now, and maybe even, oh, they're just kind of walking around. There we go. Doc gonna raise it up here. Queen 9 of spades. Checked around, monotone board, ace, king, 9, all clubs. Turn is an 8. Looks like Damon has the only club, but still been having trouble with the reader here. In seat 6 all night. Well, Damon's got the deuce of clubs. Josh does not have a club, so deuces with the deuce of clubs going to win it. So again, some people commenting about the range of stacks. And that's what you will definitely see in Texas games for sure, at least in the Austin area. You know, when I moved here at the beginning of the year, there isn't a whole lot of, I guess what you would say 5-5 that runs on a regular basis, maybe once or twice a week. It's mostly 1-3 match the stack, but that's going to sort of play the, what I would say, like if I would put it in sort of California, LA term, between a 5-5 and a 5-10. The 5-5 game is more like a 10-20 game. But the one difference that I will say is that you will see some small stacks sort of sneaked in to the whole mix that you wouldn't if you were playing like 10-20, you know. Damon here, gonna raise it to 75. Chaz been quiet here tonight, even though he's pretty, I think he's the big winner. He just hasn't, I don't know if it's just, hasn't had many hands, but he's got ace-king here, and he's going to raise it to 300. And this is what we love to see here, some big stack poker. I mean, could see like a 20K pot here, 25K pot if we saw like ace-ace-deuce or something like that. So 640 here, red ace-king versus deuces. Ace-6-4. $220. Into about 640. Wow, look at this bluff raise here. Small sizing induces a bluff raise to 1100. I mean, this is where you can really see the power of position when playing unbelievably deep. Whether you want to call this 2,000 big blinds, 3,000 big blinds deep. And Chaz is not going anywhere. He's going to make the call. You can see the action on the left-hand part of the screen. Turn is a king. Now Chaz has top two. Oh, he's not going to continue with a quick check. And the river's the jack of hearts. Is that a bluff card? I just don't think Chaz is full. Chaz got the king of hearts in his hand here too. It's just so sort of, like I said, unorthodox to see that kind of type of flop sizing. You would think you'd go for maybe some value here at the end, but when a guy 5X's a flop c-bet in a 3-bet pot, it's just really strange. Chaz bets 1,000, and I think we're frozen on the right-hand side, it looks like. I was going to say snap fold. I'm pretty sure there we go. Demon folds. So we got about an hour and 20 minutes left here in the show. Chaz definitely does have a lot of green chips. You will see that those types of stacks when people play limit. Usually you don't see it in no limit. Personally, I like to chip up as much as I possibly can. As much as I possibly can. Like, I like to have big chips on the table, not many chips. In limit, of course, it doesn't matter. Like, when I play the 75-150 08 game at the series, we use green chips, and you just see towers and towers of green chips. Josh here is going to raise it with pocket sixes. Chaz here with kings. Ace, king, kings. 3-bet. Six is just going to fold out. And it's going to get through.
Nice stack, and I was just like playing it or something. Which one?
Purple on the bottom line.
This one?
Second chip on the top. Oh, second one's great.
It's a stack of blacks.
Button moves over here to seat number 1 to Big Daddy Chaz.
Oh yeah, you had the nuts.
I needed that third card.
I dominated with my 3-9.
You were probably still ahead if I took all three cards.
So again, some people were asking about the rake. So here in Austin and Texas, these are membership clubs. So you pay a daily membership fee, and then you can pay, you know, like a yearly one at a discount or a monthly, and then it's a time fee. It's not really, so it's a little bit different. It's not a time collection. No money ever comes off the table. As I was saying in the beginning part of the show, you know, when you play in Vegas or in high stakes games and other places where it's a time collection, you know, you're paying time every half hour at the table. It's coming out of your stack. That does not happen here. At the end of your session, they tally up how many hours you played, and you pay the cashier. King 3 king here. Damon raises with the ace 4. Bet 30, and Sasha's gonna peel here with Queen 9 of hearts. Check, check. River's a deuce. Check, check again. Ace high gonna win. Big Daddy Chess sporting the 22% VPIP. 22%.
I forgot all about it this time around. I'd have done it already. I already done it one twice. Seems to be the only way I can win a hand.
Raise 30. Hold. Raise. Hold. 95.
Kennel gonna raise it up here with King Jack offsuit. Chaz gonna 3-bet with the Ace 10 of hearts. Doc Ace 5 of diamonds goes into the muck. But it looks like Damon here has called with 8-7 off, and he has flopped bottom 2. And it looks like it was a limp call. Limp, raise, 3-bet, call. Limp, call. And he's going to lead. Now remember, Chaz has gotten frisky when people have let out at him. We saw it with that 9-7 hand against Rich. Here he's got ace 10 of hearts, which he's got a backdoor nut flush draw, backdoor Broadway. He can turn a bunch of straight draws. Wow, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised he folded there with ace 10 of hearts in position with those backdoors. That's shocking.
May have been a good bet though.
I had good, but he just checking back.
I had ace and a hearts. It was a good good board for me to.
Button moves to seat 3. Raise it up here. By John, 3-bet. By Chaz, ace jack of diamonds. Pretty standard stuff. I would imagine that Doc doesn't know it's his turn. Yep. Oh, 9-5. No. Okay. King, queen off. Probably not going to be a defend here from out of position.
Yeah, I'm watching TV.
But Josh is going to cold call with the jack 9 of clubs. And also, John's going to come in here too. Ten, 9, 4 with a couple diamonds. So everybody's got a little piece of this one here. Chaz with a nut flush draw. Josh with a pair of nines. John here, 2 overs and a gutter to a jack. Gets checked over to Chaz. He's going to c-bet for 130, and it looks like John here has called. Turn is a 4.
I thought you and John were playing this game.
Remember, Josh cold called the 3-bet pre. What kind of ring? And then has called the flop bet next to act. Chaz is going to continue here to fire. It's 460, almost a pot-sized bet. Oh, that's going to do it. Chaz going to take it down. Chaz now probably up over 4,000, I would say. Robert Anderson says, Bart, when Big Daddy bet the ace-king on the end, when the heart came, was that a check instead of a bet, in your opinion? Sometimes we're jaded because we can see the cards. As I said at the time, the hand is really strange because of the 5x raise on the flop. I mean, the flop is ace-6-4, Chaz 3-bet, and Damon called, and then he bet the flop, and then Damon, as the in-position player, raised from 200 to 1,100. That in itself is very, very odd. And then check back a blank turn card, which was a king, and then the river came a heart. It would probably be pretty hard. I think you'd be pretty hard pressed to just get called by a weak ace there. He's somewhat protected by the fact that he's got the king of hearts in his hand. Chaz does. This was the hand from a few minutes ago, maybe 10 or 20 minutes ago. Vittorio's going to raise it up here to 35 from the hijack. Doc going to min 3-bet the button. 35 to 75 with an unknown hand. Vittorio, let's see if he's going to put in that 4-bet with the ace-king here against the little min 3-bet. I would say so. Yep. Four bet to 400. I think Doc has said all in. We don't know what did he call or he's all in? He's all in. This is a lot. I mean, it's 1,300 in a 5-5 game. This wasn't, was there a, no, I think it was 5, okay, so it was 5-5-10, so. Yeah, that's 130 big blinds, you know, and Doc has 5-bet all in. Can you fold ace-king offsuit here? You're not getting a crazy, crazy price, right? 600. Yeah, he's gonna fold. He is going to fold, and we'll never know. But I actually think that that's a good fold just as long as he wasn't pocket-baited, which I don't think he was. I think it was probably like 17 or 1,800, maybe 11 or 1,200 to call. He was maybe getting 1.5 to 1 there. I think he was getting, maybe 1.5 to 1, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah, I'm pre-rolling against my double suit.
And is Doc the type that's just gonna jam queen, queen? But even if
Them now after that.
he's got queens, kings, aces, and ace king suited, are you 40% against that range? Probably not. Of course, you can pull out the trusty poker cruncher. I mean, I think that's even a stretch to give him queens most of the time too.
25.
Everybody's missed here. Queens plus an ace king suited
Bet 25.
versus ace king offsuit. 66 to 33. And that's with all the queens. What if we take some queens out?
It's
70-30. Rich bet on the flop 25 on queen 5-5, and Damon called with, again, man, we are seeing some very, very ambitious floats. 10-8 of diamonds, he's got some backdoors, and I'm sure this is going to go check and fold.
Oh.
Thank you. Fun drive.
Again, if you're new to the show, I'm just subbing in for Mike, who is the workhorse of TCH Live. We do these live streams every Monday and Thursday for the cash games. We do tournaments on Sundays. Last couple weekends, we've also done PLO on the weekends. But this is usually our big game here on Mondays. Taylor Carroll in the live chat. What's up, Taylor Carroll? We've got about an hour left in the show here.
Raise 35. Go.
Oh.
Chad's going to open here with black deuces from +1.
Oh. Oh. Alright, we
5-3 suited, 8-6 of diamonds, king 7 of hearts. Call. Set of deuces here. Oh, Chaz is running well here tonight. Set of deuces here against a flush draw, and I don't know if Vittoria is going to go anywhere with 5-3 of spades, which is middle pair. Gut shot, wheel draw, backdoor spades. Yep, he's going to call. Sasha here with the 8-6 of diamonds, which is a flush draw and some backdoors. I'm sure he's going to at least call as well. And if he's thinking of raising, I think he's in trouble.
raise.
And he is going to raise. So if you are Vittorio, the only thing that you're really losing to that's in this guy's pre-flop range is pocket fives, right? We're not worried about aces. Does he have aces up? Do you bet 3-bet here? He's just going to call. I think Vittorio's got a real lot. Wow, he's going to call too. I mean, yeah, appeal to a 4, but this spot's $1,000 now. Turn is a brick. Is Sasha going to just take a card here? $1,000 here in the pot. He's got his little Tabasco protector over his cards. And he does take a card. And the river's a brick. what could have been, and this is just going to go bet fold fold.
Bet 700.
700. Big Daddy Chaz up again, big here tonight. It's hard to balance, right? Like a bet 3-bet on the flop there, but
Hey, look, it's our hand.
what ends up happening, I mean, I guess I'm assuming that both of them would have folded if he 3-bet, but he still basically, you know, let off two free cards, right? Turn and river.
Oh, and Jack came out on the turn.
It was a bluff.
Charles Smith says, Bart, have you already weighed in on the GG poker debacle of yesterday? I don't even know what that is. Someone clue me in. Like I said, I had Mike Postle inexplicably. It looks like she was murdered. So I haven't. It's kind of a weird day. What happened with what happened with GG poker?
It was a good lady. I don't even know it was a hand. Oh, no, I got more. Hey, I'm ahead now.
Raise. 55. Fold.
Doc here gonna raise it up to 55.
Raise. 140. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Oh, Damon's gonna 3-bet here to 140.
Raise. 400.
We don't see what he has, and Doc's gonna 4-bet.
Okay. Fold.
And he's just gonna fold.
Oh, you turn over 7 deuce, I would love it so much.
Not gonna look.
I don't think I got you a minute ago.
I appreciate it.
Don't do that on purpose. You know, when I miss you, just tell me good hand and I'll know what that means.
Oh, okay.
I'll catch up with you.
It's gonna be a live
I
strike.
certainly don't miss the deer on purpose.
Fold.
You didn't just fold it, Jack. Yeah.
Fold.
I don't know what's happening, but I know.
Whenever I race the
Call.
corner and fold the Doc's jam.
Fold.
If we see your hand. How come it's not showing right now?
Call.
If I didn't scan it good.
Yeah. Call.
On me, huh? What's going on here?
Check.
Oh, okay. Did you have it, Doc? I don't know. What are we? Which hand is this? You're about to go all in. Oh, you can't see what I had?
This one is limped around here with a $10 straddle.
I did not. I scanned that hand.
15.
Vittorio's gonna lead out here with ace-6 for top pair.
That's not fair, though, man.
I'm dying to know.
I had aces. You had aces? I did. Wow. I really did. I can't believe it's not showing. And now this is the flop, and he's bet 15.
That is correct.
Correct.
This is poker.
Night in America.
Call. Fold. Play.
I can't believe it's not showing it.
Check. Check.
Turns a deuce of spades, one-liner to a 3/3 spade. Vittorio with the ace of spades.
I just took it
Check,
off.
check, and Vittorio makes the nut flush here with the ace of spades. He's first to act. Looks like he's got about 100, and he'll take it down. That's a snazzy mask. I like that mask that Damien's wearing. Looks like he's got a couple filters in there. A little orange. Matches his shirt.
Yeah, Queen Jack 10, two kings flop out there. I mean, I just as soon take it down and get the 300. I was happy. I'd be happy. You know, a lot of people would say, oh, he raised too much. He should have this and that. I mean, who knows what would have flopped? Soon take mine. That's cool. You play them well. You call it and you win, more power to you. But you know, big dog.
Hey,
Like
35. Oh. Raise. 80. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Josh here gonna raise it with 4-3 of diamonds. Damon gonna 3-bet Queen 10 in the hijack.
Now I can go all in.
That changes the decision making. Oh.
I went all out.
And Josh gonna come along here for the ride. Queen 10 versus 4-3 of diamonds. Well, we've seen a lot more ambitious floats than on a board like this. 3-4 of diamonds has 3 to a straight and a backdoor flush draw. But it is a large bet, though. It's 150, so Queen 10 bets the gut shot, and we'll take it down.
You needed 2 diamonds or 2 very specific numbers? Just big one?
See if we can see these V-pips here. No, maybe not this time. Ken and Rich definitely have not played many hands. Button moves over here to Chaz.
Oh. 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 Raise 20.
I got the hand.
The hand now.
Even better than the usual hand. Believe it or not.
Gonna raise it up here on the button. 6 deuce of clubs. And Sasha and Vittorio gonna call in the blinds.
You know, you've got an idea. I check.
It looks like Chaz has the best of it here with a 6. Sasha with a gut shot to a 9. Check call. Looks like. Turn here is a 7. This is why sometimes you want to check raise some of those gut shot draws. Check, check here. Oh, the river's a jack. Now this is interesting here because if Sasha checks the river, do you turn a 6 into a bluff here? Can a 6 ever be good if you're Chaz and you ever want to turn it into a bluff? Well, you're not going to get a chance because Sasha's going to, looks like he block bet it. Is he trying to get raised? Well, he's just going to get called. Huh. So he blocks with a jack for a minimum bet. Sometimes that's asking to be raised. When the pre-flop raiser has some ace-king in his range. I thought that was going to go check, and I thought it would be an interesting decision for Chaz whether he might turn a 6 there into a bluff.
What's the style? 25? No, 5 or 3 came. Got a lot of money coming out.
You had 5-3?
Well, it's spades. I was looking for a spade or
It's a.
I got none of that on the turn.
Just a set, bro. Just a set.
You gotta charge me extra 200 for that turn card, man. You
Yeah.
couldn't raise to get out of there. How the hell did you call it? I mean, what am I gonna fold now? I got 80 out there. Am I supposed to fold, closing the action?
He has 80 out. I'm doing 107 points.
I just back you down there. I mean, you're not folding your set. You're like, all right, I'll pay. No, you'll pay me off.
John here, ace jack of diamonds. No straddle, it looks like in this hand. Just going to make it 25. Chaz, one of the rare times he's going to flat call. Usually takes like almost always a 3-better fold approach, but he makes a call here with 4-4 in the cutoff. Big blind comes in as well. And Doc here has a double gutter here with the king 10. So we've seen Doc lead a wide variety of hands. Someone was talking about that. He's led top pair, he's led middle pair here. He's leading a double gut shot. Obviously, John is not going to go anywhere with ace jack with the backdoor diamond draw, and we're heads up. Turn is a 3. Ace jack of diamonds picks up the nut flush draw now. Doc going to continue to lead.
Oh, and then king's not so long after dog. Very nice.
75, real small. I think John might be thinking about raising here. And he's going to click it up to 225. Kind of maybe a bet.
Yeah, 225 would be 150.
Bet sizing tell he's picking up on. Really would be something if Doc, like, say, stuffed it in his face here with king 10. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I think you've got ace king. That's what I think you've got. I'm certain you don't have.
500 in the pot, 150 to call.
I got a question.
And he is going to call. So 650. Say like a deuce or a 3. Well, 10 of diamonds comes at the end. So ace jack of diamonds the nuts. I was going to say, if a deuce or a 3 came, would would he value bet the end? Obviously now with the nuts, he's certainly going to value bet. The one-liner out there to an 8, 500. And then Doc's going to just muck. Shows the jack of diamonds.
Jack nine of diamonds. Ace jack of diamonds? Ace jack of diamonds. Nice answer.
617 concurrent viewers. It's pretty good. That might be one of the some people that are more familiar. Maybe if Mike is still on the live chat. That could be one of our highest totals since we reopened. Bringing it back here on TCH Live. Again, we do these live cash games every Monday and Thursday. Tournaments on Sunday nights.
Raise 35, fold. Raise
better for you if the diamond doesn't come because then I call you.
John here. So this is one, as I was saying, if you talked a little bit about stones and sometimes card misreads, I would be very surprised if John actually has 7 deuce. So occasionally the cards get pitched over the reader, and sometimes a card is basically displayed on a player that doesn't really have it. Or was this the previous hand here? Let's see. I mean, from what we have seen, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense that John would have 7 deuce here.
Nicely done. Let's see another couple more TJs.
Well, Damon has top pair, so we know he's not going anywhere. Maybe GDO says, are they playing the 7 deuce game? That could be as well. I can't hear the table audio, so if they have a 7 deuce bounty, which means if you win the hand with 7 deuce, you get extra money, that could certainly be the case. That would be the only thing that would make sense here if his hand was actually 7 deuce. Some people are saying they do. They did. Turn is a deuce. And he's going to bet 230 now on the turn. Damon gonna call. This pot is 960. If John does have 7 deuce, he needs a 7 or a deuce to improve. Is he going to go for 3 barrels across a clean river? He's played super tight tonight. And it looks like there's a check here, and I think the river's the ace of clubs here. Wow, what a bluff card. So I can see it out of the corner here. It did not populate, but the river's the ace of clubs. That is a bluff card. And it looks like John's going to go for it if he does have the 7 deuce. Not that large. What we got here? Maybe 470. Ace of clubs here on the river. By the way, the pot is 960. We're on the river. It went 230 call on the turn. So he's betting he's betting about half the size of the pot. 460 into about 960. So the pot's maybe 1420, 460 to call on this ace of clubs river. And he's gonna get called. And yep, John. Oh, you guys must be right out there. The 7 deuce. Must be the 7 deuce game. Maybe if you had pounded a little bit harder at the end. Yep, there's the ace of clubs. I've seen some crazy things with the 7 deuce game. I was doing, I did this live stream commentary for Poker Night in America. It's on YouTube. I want to say back in 2016. We did it at somebody's house, and there was a lot of huge names: Antonio Asfandiari, Phil Hellmuth, Negreanu. Elke was playing. Jason Somerville was playing too, and Elke just lost a ton trying to bluff through with 7 deuce and just got called down. Andrew V. Poker Vlog says John's sizings were a little too scared. Yeah, that could be accurate. Maybe if he'd gone for some larger sizing there. It's just odd that if they've been playing the 7-deuce game the entire time, unless they just turned it on, that would be the first time that we saw somebody actually try to go for it. Straddle here from Damon. Pocket aces in the straddle. Let's see somehow maybe if Vittorio picks up a hand here. Well, John's going to go at it here for 100. He got 7-deuce again. Oh, no. And now he's up against aces. Call in between here from Josh. And just a quick raise it, looks like to 505 with a pink chip by Damon here with ace-ace in the straddle. Well, 7-deuce in the muck. Josh here with the queen-jack of diamonds. Yep, not going to get involved. Damon's going to take it down. And now John's got kings. So 3 straight raises, 2 with 7-deuce. Now he picks up kings. But no straddle, so it's just a 5x open to 25. Gonna get called here in 3 spots. And Doc has Jack 4, 10-4-4. And Doc has built a little bit of a stack for himself here. He's got 1,500, so we've got red kings here on 10-4-4. Doc in there in the cutoff, flat calling with Jack 4 of clubs. Let's see how he plays this. Oh, he's just going to slow play it here. See, this is one of these spots where if he probably raises, he probably might even get more action. Oh, the turn's a diamond. John here with kings with the king of diamonds. Slows the action down. Gets checked over to Doc. Doc's going to bet. Obviously, John is going to call with the king of diamonds. And the river is a queen. And Doc checks behind with Jack 4. Well, we saw Doc from a few weeks ago check kings behind. Actually did a couple of hand analysis on some lost value, and that was one of them here. He checks behind with the Jack 4 for trips. So John got a little bit lucky there. Unlucky on the run out, but lucky on the post flop play. Doc here with the Jack 10 of hearts. Vittorio opens it up here with ace 10 off. Doc flats here, Jack 10 of hearts. Damon in here with king 9 of diamonds.
He defends the straddle. He folded most of them.
John here in the straddle. He's going to call with ace 5.
Believe us, we're paying attention.
10-6-9. Pretty good flop here for Doc. Top pair and a flush draw, but Vittorio's got him out-kicked here with ace 10. So ace 10 here against Jack 10 of hearts on 10-6-9, 2 hearts. Vittorio gonna bet 85, it looks like here. And now Doc's going to raise. So the flat with the trip fours last hand, but here he's going to raise it with top pair and a flush draw. Jack 10 of hearts. This is going to be interesting here. I don't know if Vittorio's in a folding mood with top pair, top kicker. And there is a fair amount that beats him out here in the form of 2 pair, 7, 8, things like that. But he will call. Turn is a 7, puts a one-liner now to an 8.
Holy shit, John. I respect that shit, bro.
And Doc is going to bet again. Now, you know, when we talk about live patterns, I don't know if Vittorio's going to, he's not going to continue on, but it would be interesting if Vittorio calls that turn and then the river is a brick. Is Doc going to, realize his hand's no good and he's going to bluff at it? When you see him check back trip fours like he did against John, if he were to bet the river, then he's basically saying that he has to have an 8 or nothing. I mean, it would be the definition of polarized. Of course, we don't get there because of that turn card. Vittorio here again with ace 10. Rich here, ace 9 of diamonds. He's going to move all in here for 470, and that's going to get through.
Remember, I got ace king. I've been terribly wrong on most of my calls. But I'm still calling it ace king. Say you ace king or dark? Huh? Say you ace king. I was calling him for ace king that time. Live 10. Live 10. Which would mean that I had two cards. Didn't have ace king, then I had no chance.
Button moves to seat number 9. That's John. And now Vittoria is all in here. So we got a raise 30 and a huge all in here with the ace 8. And he's going to take it down.
Guys are good enough. It's all about timing.
Damon here going to 3-bet the king 3 of spades. Josh opens here for a raise. Ace 6 of diamonds. 3-bet 75 and a call. Eight, 8, 7. Both players miss. And here we go again. Lead into the 3-better with ace high.
Oh my god.
And it works.
Bro, that's hilarious.
This is not going well for me.
I mean, if you just didn't play 7 douche, you'd be winning right now.
9-7-9 here with a couple diamonds. Trip 9s here for John. Flush draw here for Doc with a king 3 of diamonds. And John here going to bet with trip 9s. Doc is going to call. And there's the diamond on the turn. And the river is a diamond. Check, check on the turn.
You want to check at the same time?
4 diamonds out there. And check, check on the river.
At the same time I do.
Oh, I thought it was check, check on the river. Oh, John was checking. He was checking, but I don't think it was his turn. So Doc is actually going to bet 75 here. And John's going to throw in a frustrating call here with no diamond. And Doc's going to take it down. Damon here going to raise it up with 5-6 offsuit from +1. John going to call with 7s. Big Daddy Chaz here in the hijack. Surprised he's actually not squeezing. And Sasha wakes up with aces. And this is going to be interesting here because Chaz, John have sort of calling hands here. Depends on how much Sasha's going to make this. Gonna 3-bet it up to 260.
I didn't want to. I was sitting here thinking, yeah, he's fixing to raise this, and I'm going to get out of it.
John gonna fold out. Chaz folds out.
Man, I just want to jam.
Everybody folds out. Sasha gonna take it down with the aces.
No king jack. Wow. Jack ten of hearts.
Your Jack 10 of hearts?
25 on the
Straddle coming in here. Looks like for 25 or 30 from Damien. Got about 25 minutes left here tonight.
Just giving away money. 25 live. That was it. Victorio!
Ooh.
Victorio, man! Well done, Doc. Like I told you, well done. I really thought I had the nuts. Because, you know.
Well, I think John might be a little bit frustrated here. He's gonna limp in here with the queen 5 of clubs from +2. Definitely, we were not seeing him play that wide of a range pre-flop earlier tonight. Vittorio here, ace-10 off, gonna make it 125.
And we never know. The last card might
Rich here, 7-6 of hearts in the big blind. Real shallow, though. He is going to... Well, he thought it was 80. And now realizes that it's 125.
I think the chips hit the felt first. Said you announce the raise. Call, raise, announce raise, through and less. I think the chips hit the felt first. He announced raise. He should allowed to call if he wants. Call. Call or surrender. Yeah, he can call if he wants. What? There's one call. There's a raise with 125.
And again, I can't hear the table, so
He said raise.
I can only surmise that
That's at least 220.
they're making a ruling about whether he has to have that amount of money stay in if he wants to call or fold or what.
If that actually happened, if Vittorio
What his options are.
You can check the cameras if you want. He announced raise, did he not?
No,
Yes, but he threw the chips in first.
saying the chips hit the felt, and then he said raise.
It was simultaneous. I'm going with the raise. Then raise. This is more fun than
He can raise to whatever he wants. Because it wasn't actually. It doesn't have to be a minimum.
I mean, he's got to call the other 45 if his 80 has to stay in, right? He would, I mean, if he's put 80 in, if that's what they're ruling.
So basically, it's going from 25 to 100. 25? So it's 220 to 25. If you continue, you don't have to call. You can surrender to 80.
Well, wow. So he puts 80 in and doesn't call the other 45. John folds the queen 5 of clubs disgustingly.
I haven't gotten queen.
I mean, at that point, I'm just saying that if I'm pot stuck for 80, I think I'm going to call 45 more with 7-6 of hearts. I've actually seen that ruling, maybe not in that specific case, but there are certainly times in cash games where it's kind of loose, where somebody doesn't know that someone raised in front of them and they've put in a bet and they get to take it back and fold out. You know, it's kind of loose. It's not a tournament. So I've seen that ruled where, oh, the guy thought it was, 50 or 60. He can either take it back or fold. I mean, there are places that are loose with cash games like that. Obviously, you can't do that in tournaments. People are saying that he said raise, so they were, well, I don't know, said that they were forcing him. If he said raise, usually he's going to have to usually make it at least the minimum. We've got some card lag here. This was the last hand, so...
As in general, what's a good number for the pre-flop raise percentage?
probably 12 and 18%.
Almost 1,000. It's less.
So here it looks like we've got a raise from Damon and an all-in here from Vittorio. Wow, well, Vittorio showing 10-8 of clubs.
What's that?
8 high all in earlier.
9. You got a little better than 8.
And it looks like Damon has called, but well, 9s against 10-8 of clubs. Well, there's a 10 here for Vittorio. They may be running it more than once. Nope. 10-8 of clubs is going to win it.
I got excited when he raced. I got so excited. Because I was just going to call him, but I can't just jam over the min raise.
And a nice double up there for Vittorio. So again, you know, if you're not familiar with the setup, and Mike can confirm this, we can't hear what they're saying at the table. So some people in the chat are saying that Rich said raise, not knowing that it was 125. So I guess if that was the case, then he would have to min raise. I'm not exactly sure what option they gave him or what, but it certainly looked like he put in some money and folded, so he lost some money in the hand. Sasha raises it up here with the ace-10 to 25. Couple people call here. Wow, John playing really wide now with the 9-3. Jack 6-6. Everybody misses here.
We had a backdoor. We hit a 7, so we needed him to make a 6.
Check, check. Turns an ace of clubs. Check, check. River's a 10 of clubs. Look like there's 4 clubs out here. And John is going to win this one with 9-3 of clubs. Well, with 9-3 with the 3 of clubs. We'll win it. So thanks again, guys, for joining us tonight. We've got about 15 or 20 minutes left here. Join us again on Thursday for our 1-3 match the stack. Mike Youngblood would be Youngblood. Is that like the poker player Brett Youngblood, right? If you guys are into old school poker, one of the original crew guys with Scott Fishman. Mike will be in here on Thursday for the 1-3 game, 1-3 match the stack. The stacks don't get quite as deep, but there's sure to be a lot of action. And we do these cash games every Monday and Thursday from 6 to 10 Central Time. And we've been doing tournaments on Sunday nights, final tables of tournaments on Sunday nights. Sasha going to raise it up here to 70. King, queen of clubs. Damon going to call here with pocket 3s. Vittorio going to defend his double straddle here with 8-5 offsuit. 9-4-5. Vittorio looks to have the best hand here with a pair of 5s. Sasha bet 30 into a $240 pot. Is that right? And gets raised by pocket 3s to 175. Gets the best hand out of there with the 8-5.
changed my mind. Give him back.
I'm all in.
That would be hilarious, bro.
I had 5.
Again. You had 8 high and a pair.
I know.
Dude, that really is the nuts.
Big Daddy Chaz started with 8,700, up a cool 4,600 for the night. Hasn't really won. I mean, he had that hand where Damon, raised him to 1,100 with the Ace King, and he's just won some hands.
Let the audience see these massive hands that I'm laying down. That's what I'm saying, man.
Straddle to 10 from Vittorio. And here we go, almost like a bomb pot here. It's like 5 ways, limped around.
What a nice guy.
Type of guy I am.
Jack.
King Jack 10, all hearts.
Definitely a hold'em flop, ain't it?
And the only person with a heart is Chaz here. Turns an ace, gets checked around again, river's a 9. One liner to a queen. If this one gets checked through, it looks like Vittorio's got the best of it with Jack 5.
Net roll over here, dude.
I just got a jam. It's easier if we just jam. And I know I'm seeing all 5 cards.
It's like guaranteed, dude.
I have a jack. If anybody gets a queen or a king or ace, I lose. So we got it nice. Like you said. And just admit. It's really embarrassing. I think we missed a lot of value. 6-7's calling.
Yeah. Thought we were chopping board.
Doc, Ace King. And it looks like he's going to raise to a straight 65 with no straddle. The good old 13x. And he's going to get 3-bet by Ace Jack off from the hijack.
I mean, maybe you flop bad, you know.
And a call. So we're heads up here. King 7-8 with a couple clubs. Damon, the pre-flop 3-better. And again, we go with the donk lead for pot into the pre-flop 3-better. We've seen that move several times here tonight. Quite perplexing. Takes it down.
What am I going to do? Call? Let's not even mention the third option. Let's not mention that.
What did you have?
6-7 heart.
6-7 hearts.
Was it hard? 6-7 heart. Yeah. That's wild. It's not good.
6-7's like that. 6-7 off is good.
I'll have fun.
It's not a sign.
Vittorio here gonna raise it to 30. Looks like this is blind versus blind here, and to defend with Queen 10 from Sasha. Sasha flops top pair.
You're probably ahead.
And a C bet of 25 and a call.
So we will continue the action.
Vittorio's gonna double barrel here. I don't see what the turn is, but he's gonna bet 50. Looks like from Sasha's body language, maybe it's a paint card, maybe it's a king, a queen, a jack, an ace. Oh, no, it's a 7. Vittorio picked up a pair on the turn, continued to bet. River now is a 5 of diamonds. Uterio here with the ace of diamonds. And he's betting here, and I think he thinks he's betting for value. He bets 100 at the end. And he's going to get called here by a 10.
Oh, it thinks I just opened jams. I mean, basically, it's basically. Oh, and I'm just lagging behind. Is it Damien? Damon? Gotcha. I noticed you don't like to not know where you're at in the hand.
Raised to 30 here by Damon. Ken. Man, we haven't seen Ken play a hand in, seems like forever. He's going to call.
What is
Ace
that?
8 of diamonds.
Oh, 30? He's in there.
And Doc's going to come in here with the king and 9. 10-6-3 with a couple of hearts.
What time was it start?
Damon going to bet here with top pair. That was the pre-flop raiser.
Another 5 or 10 minutes.
$50.
Doc trying to find something. Not this time.
Yeah, give me some chip chips.
28% pre-flop raise from Damon. You gotta hand it to Ken. I mean, he is certainly disciplined. I haven't seen him really waver at all. Whereas some of these other guys that we said that were playing tight, they've had some moments here and there that were a little bit out of the box from what they had been playing. But Ken's just full. I mean, which is, like I said, obviously fine in a non-ante game. Chad's going to raise it up here to 85. Damon here going to defend. So here we go. These two big stacks are ace 10 and 6-5. Chaz here with the ace of clubs, 9-7 deuce. Damon with the gut shot here to an 8. And here we go again, lead into the pre-flop raiser. Now I was surprised when Chaz folded the ace 10 of hearts on that hand from about an hour ago. Here, ace 10 off. No, just going to fold. Ace 10 with the ace of clubs, just going to fold.
Not necessarily just play, but the way they show the cards and They let the players talk and you can hear them. All of that. That's the best format of any I've seen.
I think the sickest hand I've ever seen played was Juan versus Ivy.
John here raising it up with Jack 10 offsuit from
Three-barreled.
+2 to 60.
Ivy almost called it with a pair of sixes.
You didn't need the six.
Josh just going to call the small blind
Six. The six made him almost call.
with the ace-queen.
In fact, they thought about it for just like an insane amount of time.
And Damon's in there with the straddle with ace-7 for top pair.
When your opponent is trying to give up like 10 or
This one's going to get checked around. Turn is a 9. Gives Rich the best hand here with queen 9 from seat 7. John now turns a gutter to an 8. And Rich thought he was going to put some money in. Everybody takes a card here again. And the river's a king. And I don't know with John's image if he's going to try. No, he's not. Queen 9 going to win it. Whoa. Did Rich just muck the best hand? Rich just mucked the best hand. Well, we've seen it all here tonight. It's kind of funny because he went to bed on the turn like he knew he had a 9. Well, Phil Ivey does it sometimes too, right? Button moves here to seat 5. How big was that pot? 250 bucks? Pocket 10s here for Rich. Well, he's not going to muck this time. He's all in for 750. Call, all in, 750. Limp 20, all in, 750. Doc wants a count. He's got ace 6 off.
It cost me 500 to call you.
Getting some pot odds here. 795, 730 to call.
I think that right there is good enough.
He's
I give you 5 to 1 on Rich.
John's going to straddle it up here.
Why not?
What's that, 75? Huh?
Ooh, looks like Chaz is going to put the 75 on here, right? 75. I think you can just basically straddle for any amount.
$75 to do.
Correct.
Doc, king 10 of diamonds. Gonna limp. Ken L mucks ace 9 of clubs in the big blind. I mean, there's discipline, but geez. Chaz here checks the 7-6 of spades. I mean, there's a limp and a limp. I'm just raising that all day long if I've got Ken's image. Queen 6-10 with a couple of hearts. Doc here with a pair of 10s. He's got the goods. He's going to bet at it. Bet big, too. Looks like 200.
World is your oyster.
It is.
Any amount. Up to about 10,000.
Or how about I start with 10 and you?
Again, Big Daddy Chaz bought in for about 8.7K, so he's up
Here, I'm at
44, 4,500, something like that. He's the big winner.
Oh,
Sasha here, pocket tens. Raises it up here to 40. Josh 3-bets, it looks like, to 100. Damon's going to flat call, cold call king, queen. And here comes Vittorio with the hammer with the other two tens. Raise, 3-bet, cold call. Cold, 4-bet. 10, 10, 10, 10. And that's a very awkward spot. I mean, I think if you're Sasha, you have to fold, right? I mean, you're facing a 3-bet, even though it was small, and then a cold 4-bet. Yeah, he's going to have to fold here. But Josh is going to play.
Things are escalating.
And that's going to bring Damon in too here with king, queen. So 2 king, queens and 2 pocket tens, but one of the pocket tens folds. Oh, and Josh here with 2 overs and a flush draw. Vittorio, he's got... Now, it says that he's got 950, but I can see that he has 1,200 because he's got 2 pinks for 500, and he's got 100 in green and another 100 in red. So he's got about 1,200 here. The pot's 1,600. And he's just going to go with it, and you have to... I mean, how can you're going to call if you're Josh, right? You can't fold. It's less than a pot-sized bet. I mean, you've got a guy behind you, 2 overcards and a flush draw and a gut shot to a 10. All the 10s are dead, of course, which is not good for him. But this is going to be a big pot here, folks. There's the call. Here we go. So the 10s are dead. Turns a 5, river is in 8, and they run it once, and Vittorio. $3,500 pot.
You got paid, boss. I got any cards. Most cards are gonna beat me. I'm lucky there. Real lucky.
Big pot for Vittorio.
The only reason you got paid is because all 4 tens were dead, so you weren't making a straight flop bet. That's what did it. Yeah. I got it.
The flush or either of my pairs. I mean,
it was that
One more hand here.
and I bet equity-wise, that's got to be a coin flip.
Oh, yeah. You might be ahead. You might be ahead.
So with all the 10s being dead, 2 overs and a flush draw, king, queen of spades against 10-10 there on jack 9, deuce. It was probably like a dead flip, 50-50. If the 10s were live, king, queen of spades there would be about a 60-40 favorite with the draw. Maybe even slightly more, maybe 61, 62, something like that.
Biggest hand I've seen all night, almost. I think I'm still stuck. We're done $10 after this hand. I think I'm still stuck.
Ken here looks like he has open limped the button. King 7 of diamonds. And checked. Deuce 3, 5. John here going to lead out with top pair. Vittorio has a gut shot with 8, 6, and 2 overcards. Turn is a king. John's going to check, and Vittorio is going to bet in position. He's going to bet 45 here. And John's going to check call. And the river is a 4, and there's the straight for Vittorio. Is a 3rd heart, but Vittorio is not the type of guy that's going to be checking back top end straights. I mean, we've seen him value own himself multiple times here. today, and he's going to bet. And I don't think that 7-5 is going to be able to call here with a one-liner to a straight and flushing cards. $175. And John folds. And that's it. Thank you guys for joining us here today. 4 hours, that went quick. Thanks for keeping it real in the live chat. Again, do us a favor, like the channel, like this video, subscribe to the channel, turn notifications on. We'll be back on Thursday when Mike Youngblood will be taking the Realms back over. 7 Eastern, 6 Central for a 1-3 match the stack game. Thanks again, guys. Have a good night.